future. And one of his brothers captured and is summarily executed. His wife, his daughter, his sisters are captured and are imprisoned. Two of Bruce women, including one of his sisters, put in a cage which is suspended from the walls of a Scottish castle. He takes Bruce's rebellion, Bruce's betrayal very carefully.
I guess we skipped a really important point here. Robert the Bruce is the King of Scotland. Like he sort of, I don't know quite how he's managed it. He's murdered John Collins. Apologise. How did he get up king?
After the murder, Bruce acts very quickly. So he sends out messages trying to control the narrative, falsely trying to put across the case that he wasn't the instigator, that he was betrayed, and so it was justified. He also goes to the Bishop of Glasgow to seek absolution from the bishop for the murder, and Bishop Wishart gives him that absolution. He actually forgives him. Although the Pope, when he hears about this, does not, and executes Robert altogether. So, in the aftermath of that, though, he is inaugurated, and he believes that as King Robert of Scotland.
He makes himself king, he gets excommunicated, he loses a major battle against Edward, his sisters and his wife are put in cages, his brother is killed. What do you think he does next, Mary Lane?
Sides of Edward again? If I was Robert the Bruce, which I'm thankful I'm not, I don't think that I'm right. But I think he just goes on a total revenge mission against Edward, if I was to make him.
He does the opposite, he runs away. You want to sort of walk us through his escape plan?
He moves to the west, possibly to the western Highlands of Ireland and or to Ireland, but we don't know for definite.
And Mary Lane, there's a very famous story, I don't know if you've heard, but at one point Robert is hiding in a cave and finds some inspiration from an animal. Do you know what animal it is?
I do know the story. This was based off the True Story of Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, a lot more violent, but yeah.
Yeah, he was sitting in a cave and he was ready to give up and he sees a spider and the spider is making its web in a cave and the spider's web fails. And he's like, yeah, see, we're the same. But then the spider attempts again and he's like, oh, and the web fails again, but then the spider goes again and again and he watches this determination of the spider. He's like, if the spider can go again, so can I. Is that true? Did that actually happen? Did you sit in the cave and watch a spider?
Probably not, no.
That's not true.
It's a nice story, but no, it's probably one of these things that enters into the kind of myth around Robert.
He's ready to come back. So what does that mean, Ian? What is the comeback, the Hollywood comeback?
He plans to come back to Scotland. He sends two of his brothers, Thomas and Alexander, as an advance party to Scotland. But they are captured by his enemies and executed, so he only has one brother left. But despite that, he still sails for Scotland, makes landfall, and is able to raise rebellion in the southwest of Scotland. And he wins a couple of victories relatively early on, and this isn't the case, unfortunately. While the king does all he can, he nonetheless ends up leaving Scotland to his five-year old heir David. A long minority is likely to follow, and minorities are in secure periods at the best of times, and these are not the best of times. There are those who continue to not support Robert. They're biding their time and waiting to see what happens to him. In England, there's Edward III, who hates the peace treaties agreed in his name, and is itching to exert his power over his mother and his kingdom. And there are individuals and families who are forced into exile and to abandon their claims to land in Scotland because they refuse to support Robert. And they are also out there waiting for their chance. And these disinherited lords have a figurehead in Edward Baliol, son of King John of Scotland, and an alternative claimant to the throne. And so all of this is looming over the horizon as we look forward to Robert's death in 1329. And ultimately, his death is not the end of this. Baliol and the disinherited invade Scotland in 1332. And recommenced Bruce Baliol.
呢條褲可唔可以着翻學校？
arguably started
我覺得
himself.
你翻學校唔使一定要黑色
A year
嘅。
later, as the English joined the conflict, and so the Wars of Independence recommenced once more and continued for a further 25 years before the rights and independence of Robert I Scottish won, and arguably won for good. And even then, Scotland is not what it was in 1329. Parts of the borders are lost for decades. Berwick on Crete, some periods in 15th century parts, is lost forever. And while this is not all Robert's fault, he certainly contributed to the context in which these events ultimately occurred, and he set the scene for the years of conflict that followed.
So, thank you to our guests, the
service from Edinburgh all the way to Aberdeen. We're now working on the electricity sale, and the dairy program is right now something. Alexis, chat past the rest of it, and you know this, it's a good investment.
Good morning. My name is Marie and I'm accompanying my friend Ivy to the hospital in Dundee. I'm Ivy. Going to have some procedures done on my hand. This is about hormone sagas we use. So this is my first medication. I had a vein to it years ago and then I lost that. This one's going. It just goes on and on a bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm a very good
Yeah.
우리도 없어.
Where?
I work in St John's Hospital as a maternity.
Right.
She's quite an amazing person.
Yeah.
She doesn't let her blindness stop her from doing anything. She's amazing.
I've never did it.
We've got horses. We've both got horses.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes. So she still manages to ride a horse. I wish she was easy anymore. Expecting a fall.
No.
So I got two for the price of one. She had the most beautiful foal. So
Didn't the people who were sold you know?
well, he phoned me up later on and asked me if she had a foal because all the horses that he had sold to people had foals.
They had to know they were.
He didn't know.
They'd be going out at night.
Yep.
You had to be keeping an eye on. You had to have a conversation.
I think I so no, the outcome was she was absolutely gorgeous. I sold her to my friend and I still go and see her all the time. She's absolutely beautiful and yep. It was really nice.
Yeah.
And it kept all my workmates in the hospital going through the pandemic because, you know, she had a flu yet, but she had a flu and I've come in, no, and I came in this day and my workmates, this is school in the morning, and I was in getting changed.
我綁仲打嗰個。
And she said, no, look at your phone. I said, I know, look at my phone, it's not. She said, your boss has had its phone. And I was hysterical. And I had to go to my boss and say, is it okay? I need to go and check it. Is it okay? And the boss was laughing. She says, get ready and I'll take you in the car. And she took me along and then she said, it's going to be open. But, what? So at finishing time, my workmates came along. To see the phone. It's amazing. It's really amazing.
Thank you very much.
And you're right.
Blossom
Rosie.
and Rosie. When you next see them.
Rosie,
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well, now Scotland is littered with golf courses. But the golf course is pretty far and it's on the side of a hill. And has been described as tricky to make from the top. Turbines, having a game of weather.
David Johnson, I'm chairing an adoption panel.
Tell me a bit about that. Well,
Yeah, so my background is social work and then there's the work in public health and I did a bit of work in Scottish government. Before that I was in social work, so this bit of kind of social work is something I'm too interested in, enjoy doing. It's the bit of social work which has kind of usually happening things, which isn't always the case with social work.
Not at all.
So,
What is an adoption panel?
well, this panel is to approve people as prospective adopters. So we are going to be looking at two different companies.
And they've got this
Yeah, so there are allocated social worker when I've done all the assessments, provided a panel, kind of independent with all sorts of documentation, and then we make a recommendation whether they should be approved or not. So it's a big day for the applicant.
So you based in Edinburgh?
So I live in Edinburgh, yeah.
Right.
But I used to live in London, so I have to tell you this. I danced with you
Okay.
back in the early 1980s at the Albany Empire in Deptford.
Really?
And I can't remember what the theme was, but it was a general dance party afterwards.
The Albany Empire was interesting, wasn't it? Because it was a French theatre venue, but it had played for years.
Yeah. Social work is everybody. So there was a social worker who went out to kids.
Right.
I got the job in the team I worked in from Dave Alpha's brother, who, yeah, and so there were all these social work connections. So there was this big party at the Albany Empire.
Right.
You were there. Oh, you're Johnson.
Oh, right.
I think that's it.
I was an unrestrained dancer.
You were?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
You lived right there.
Yeah, I was doing social work. What's the relation?
Right. I mean, was that like in the 80s? I don't know, was that in what century?
I guess having worked in Scotland and not in London.
Yeah.
哇！睇下幾新呢度，我哋就係穿過咗呢個上面嗰度好塞嗰度咧，我哋就冇去嗰度。
And suddenly going to race number one on the contender. So it was a very exciting time actually to work there. Really enjoyed it.
What was the work consist of?
Then I worked mainly in children and family work.
So that would consist of what?
Children in care.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, taking them into care.
Taking them into care.
Yeah.
Finding foster placements.
You're seeing cop dramas, I suppose, but the police have a particular view of the world because they constantly see people as their worst. I mean, is that similar with social work? You must see a different world to what I do.
Yeah, I think you do. My fantasies has always been to write a series about social work.
Right.
Yeah, they do it for health, they do it for the police. I don't think anyone's
You do 唔係떡볶이路啦
And I just think it would make it great.
我以為떡볶이路啦嚟
You don't very
啲
often
車要拍佢
have social work
No.
in the media unless it's bad news. Social workers
Yeah.
blamed
Yeah,
for
but I
something.
remember doing a sketch in my series. I was Genghis Khan massacring the, people, and then who was to blame losing social service.
That's right.
But thank you very much. Great. Yeah.
You take care.
Hiya, I'm Alexis. Tell us your name. Where are you going today?
Wait, like our first name and last name?
Now you can tell us your first name, your last name. You can tell us like your tag. You like tell us an alias. You tell us like your spirit animal. You can be whatever you want, really. I don't know. That was just the first name. Right.
Oh, my name is Lottie.
Lottie.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm Miriam.
Very good. Where are you going today? Why are you going there? Alright, where did you get on?
Freaking my toes.
What? Were you in witness protection or something? Is this why we're... Why are you so reluctant? Why are you so reluctant to do it? I understand what you do. Kill some guy? Not on the train at all, so... Okay. But you live in where?
Freaking.
Region.
Yeah.
You and your parents. Yeah, but they won't come on. Just like the regular thing, it's half term, isn't it?
Yeah.
That would be a good place to move from.
Kind of.
What are your parents?
哥哥你已經換晒衫未㗎？
Drink for a sec.
已經換咗衫
They're
未㗎？
going to take Prosecco, are they?
Yeah.
Really? Where are they going to take this? They're going to go to like in a fancy bar.
Probably.
You're at school?
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch television.
No.
You don't watch television.
No.
What do you do instead?
What's my phone?
What kind of stuff are you looking at?
Hobbies? Sport?
I've got a cat. He's called Will. She's not very well at the moment. He's not now. You got pets?
Yeah, I have 2 cats.
What they called?
Rosie and Pat.
You love them.
Yeah.
I love my Will. I'm very upset.
I love Rosie.
So she's your favourite.
Yeah.
She like sleeping.
She doesn't sleep with me like all night. She sleeps with me like the afternoon.
Yeah. She got that.
No, I've got a dog.
Dog full.
Lola.
Love hair.
Yeah.
Take her for a walk.
Not really.
Most of your dog
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was just leaving Dundee, for the famous home of DC Consonant Sons, Hugh Pepino, and the then Dundee has just got a V&A design museum. Don't they make margarine in Dundee as well? Not margarine. Don't they make marmalade?
Marmalade. Do you like marmalade? 哥哥你唔中意 marmalade？
Something up the river, something or other. There's several huge.
Do you like marmalade?
Which we used to think was
You like marmalade? No?
active industry.
You don't like marmalade?
What used to be really, but we are just
Why don't you like marmalade?
used to send across the wind farm, so
I
they
don't.
giant turbine blades, so that's a good job, I'd say, coming from Dundee, mate. Hi, I'm Alexis Sarah. Tell us your name and where you're going today. Why are you going?
My name is Fatia Okono. Yeah, because I am Muslim today.
Okay, let's go. We'll go.
So on one level, you've got a lot of individual and disparate groups with no guiding hand.
我算大
All the
喎
evidence we've seen so far doing their own thing. So, for instance, there's no suggestion. We can see that people who were putting out to violence in Sunderland last night are directly connected to decisions to attack the police in some other parts of the country. However, what is clear is beneath that is a series of ideas and conspiracy theories which have been spreading for years among the new disparate forms of the far right, which effectively informally organised via social media or come together through these ideas, and it's those ideas
Not
which are driving it.
you,
So just kind of break this
Well,
down
that's
from
okay.
the start of the week. It was it was apparent to professional researchers who follow the far right as of Tuesday lunchtime that there could be some potential trouble in Southport, and they were emergency journalists who followed this stuff. They were quite concerned, and what they were seeing is various ideas being ideas such as save our children, and this is actually linked to the far right idea that elites in the UK, elite and the list are somehow hiding child abuse or covering up crimes of illegal immigrants. So you had this idea coming from perpetrating some of these groups suggesting to Islam in the UK, where of course we know that the man who's in charge in relation to the deaths in Southport is not a Muslim. You have a confluence of these ideas coming together online, and then what it then takes is local groups to organise, combined with higher profile social media influencers on the far right to help spread a message, and then the idea potentially goes nationwide fairly quickly, and then it goes back down to a local level where you see individual groups deciding to take matters into their own hands and go on the streets. Now, what we think happened to Christmas last night in Sunderland was the idea of conceiving the protests by yesterday afternoon. By our estimates, there were at least 34 proposed demonstration workers during the weekend in counties in actually all parts of the UK. It wasn't clear how many of them would take place, but it appears that the one in Sunderland last night, a really important element of that is something called the North East Infidels, and they are a extreme right-wing organisation which splintered from the link we had many years ago when EDL was still an organised thing. Their banner was out on the streets at Sunderland last night. So a degree of organisation on the ground, but very complicated overlapping relationships with social media driving it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if I can screw it right back to our society. So we've done a bit about the last few days. But there is a very genuine feeling among people who are commenting on Facebook and not joining Facebook that the bad examples of integration, the bad examples of reporting on immigrant communities who do commit crime, that not enough reporting on people who can't find a house because of a large amount of immigration is coming to that area. But in other words, there is a feeling
有冇大褸啊？
that the issues have not been properly aired. This is dangerous because it should be something that could be said in our political climate, and people feel it has not. If I can give you an example, I told you how I walked to the hotel from the town centre. It's not a long one, of course. It's not a long one. So why did people drive? Why did the protectors who wanted to cause a vice drive not happy because they didn't know where it was? And I spoke to a man who lived half a mile away. He said, look, I didn't know this protest was happening. I live half a mile from the hotel, but I can tell you, living in Aldershot, that I wish the issues in our country were more properly addressed. And here he is, a neighbour of the hotel, and he did not know this protest was happening. He does not like violence, but he does want a full explanation of the pressures on housing, on health, and the crimes committed by whom.
I guess sort of mixed feelings about it really. Aldershot is a very ethnically diverse town. I've not experienced any or seen any kind of activity like that before. So yes, I guess it's concerning, but I think there are underlying issues. I mean, there's a lot of new housing being built in Aldershot, but it looks like there's not enough.
Do you think it's a sort of moment in the country? If you follow the news, are you concerned about these tensions between communities?
Yes, I would say I am concerned because I don't believe it's just a few extremes.
I think that the economy is bubbling along. Okay, so not as effective as one might think. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Julia or Darren?
I'm Darren.
Hi, Darren.
How do you think that within the sort of resistance that we've been more talking about, Russia's position sits within that? Because obviously now they're relying somewhat on Iran or North Korea for providing some munitions. Are they a needier country in terms of having to rely on North Korea more, or actually does it give them power because they're economically supporting a country that perhaps needs that?
I don't know if you read the journal Foreign Affairs, but a brilliant historian. Pretty cool brag, Julia. But a brilliant historian, Stephen Cotton, has recently published an essay where he discusses 5 scenarios for Russia, and he essentially thinks that Russia is on track to becoming North Korea.
more or less. I mean, this is the worst case scenario, but this is the scenario that he envisioned. But I think that essay would probably answer this question much better than I can. That's such a classic university professor move to be like, well, what I'm going to do is assign you some reading down. That's right. That's a comedy show in somewhere. You got another question at the front?
Hi.
Hi, what's your name?
Gordon.
What's your question?
No one is complicated as the other question, but
That's okay. Gordon, thank goodness. I was feeling a little honestly, Gordon, I was like, oh, nerd alert.
if Putin was ever to agree a peace deal, how would you be trusted afterwards?
That's a great question. It truly felt like spoken like so many women to their friends after a long night out. Don't do it again, I'm telling you. Gordon, we're the same gal. Go on. I mean, so one of the things that I think that the international community right now is discussing is what forms of leverage they have over Russia. Now, one of the things that happened is that all of Russia's foreign currency assets were seized, and now you might have read that the interest in it is now being used to finance Ukraine, and the reason, besides the fact that it would be illegal, to avoid confiscating the currency reserves themselves is to essentially bargain. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your questions, and thank you to Julia Lincoln, everyone. Darren, I expect that paper handed in by Friday, yeah? Good man. All right. This has been TLDR, which, as you know, means too long didn't read. We will be here for the next 4 weeks, so all that's left for me to say is BRB, TTYL, and LYFM. See you next time.
TLDR was written and hosted by Catherine Bohart with Gareth Quinn, Sunil Patel, and Dr. Julia Lakin. It was also written by Madeline Brettingham, Sarah Campbell, and Georgie Flynn. The producers were Victoria Lloyd and Lindsay Fenner. It was a Mighty Bunny production for BBC Radio 4.
The TLDR team will be recording a show at the Edinburgh Festival this summer. If you'd like a ticket, head over to bbc.co.uk/shows and tours. For the news, let's have a look at the weather forecast and Louise here. Hi Louise.
Hi there, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, most of us woke up to a slightly different looking weather story across the country, didn't we? With a lot more cloud around and a slightly fresher feel as well. Now, that's because we've got a weakening cold front from south and east. And so for eastern England, the Midlands, southeast England and southwest England, it's been a grey start. The cloud's still there, a little bit of light rain and drizzle from time to time. It's sinking its way out of Lincolnshire, East Anglia and along Channel Coast as well. Now, it might stay rather cloudy through Channel Coast, but elsewhere we're expecting it to brighten up. Quite breezy as well, down to southwest Kent. But with some sunshine coming through the latter stages of the afternoon, temperatures between 23 and 24 degrees. Now, for the rest of England and Wales, northwest England, northeast England, it's a case of sunny spells coming through. A little bit fresher than the last couple of days, 20 to 21 degrees the high. For Scotland and Northern Ireland, the dry sunny weather across eastern Scotland, elsewhere a few scattered showers. Some of those showers could be quite sharp and a little bit fresher here, 16 to 18 degrees. Now, as we go through the night tonight, England and Wales will stay quite quiet, quite a lot of cloud around. We'll see the clouds thickening and rain pushing into Northern Ireland and Scotland. There's a weather front that's going to arrive here during the day, and it will bring some heavier bursts of rain across western Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go through the afternoon. For England and Wales, drier and settled. There will be some cloud amounts around, so perhaps not quite as warm as in recent days, but temperatures of 20 to 23 degrees. Into the start of Monday, the rain will turn quite heavy as it moves its way across Scotland, Northern Ireland and northwest England. It's warm and quite humid in the south and east. That's the weather. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Louise. The news is next here on Radio 4, followed by Any Questions at 10 past. Then at 2 o'clock, Any Answers. What are your thoughts on the topics discussed in the programme? What's driving the violence we've seen across Britain? Also, what do you make of the decision by GPs to limit the number of patients they each see every day? The number to call, 03700 100 444.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Chris Aldridge. The number of arrests following last night's violence in Sunderland has risen to 10. The deputy leader of Sunderland City Council said most of those involved in the protests, linked to the stabbings in Southport, weren't local and had come to cause chaos and stoke tensions. Washington has insisted its commitment to Israel's defense remains ironclad as the US steps up its military presence in the Middle East. And in Paris, Team GB have won 2 more medals, including gold on the water in the rowing men's 8 event. A clean-up operation has been underway in Sunderland after violence and unrest in the city last night linked to Monday's stabbings in Southport in which 3 girls died. Volunteers and council staff have been clearing away broken glass and bottles from the streets. The police say 10 people have now been arrested. Protests in a number of other parts of the country are also expected today. From Sunderland, our correspondent NJ Cosgrove sent this report.
Clean-up operations have been underway in Sunderland since early this morning after a protest organised by the far right turned to violence. A police building was ransacked and the citizens' advice premises next door set alight. Elsewhere, a car was overturned and set on fire, with police chasing groups across the city centre until almost midnight. Today, leaders in Sunderland gave a press conference in which their message was clear, that the shocking scenes were not a protest, but simply violence, looting and disorder. Chief Superintendent Mark Hall of Northumbria Police said Officer Bright made further arrests, and he had this warning for the rioters.
Anyone involved in the disorder can expect to be dealt with robustly, and that action has already begun. A full investigation is now underway to identify those responsible. Make no mistake, if you were involved last night, expect to be met with the full force of the law.
Events last night saw young people and even children involved in clashes with police. Sunderland City Council's deputy leader, Kelly Checker, said many of the rioters had come from outside the city.
We know that sadly, many of those in our city last night were not from here, but came to cause chaos and stoke tensions, and I want to make it clear that there is no place for these people. They are not welcome here.
Scenes in Sunderland today couldn't be more different, with residents arriving with thin bags of brooms to help with the clean-up efforts.
The police service of Northern Ireland has deployed Land Rovers and officers in riot gear to separate groups of rival protesters in Belfast. A number of fireworks have been thrown during a standoff between an anti-racism rally and anti-Islam demonstrators. Last night's unrest has prompted a debate about whether the Anti-Islam English Defence League should be designated a proscribed terrorist group. The EDL, founded by Tommy Robinson in 2009, hasn't been operating formally for more than 10 years, but some of its supporters remain active. Our political correspondent Shelley Knox.
MPs from across the political spectrum have condemned the far right for its role in organising violent disorder in England over the past week. The Labour MP for Sunderland Central, Lewis Atkinson, said following the fatal stabbing in Southport, there had been calls for protests in social media groups, which were then picked up by far-right figures such as Tommy Robinson, who had encouraged others to join. Mr Atkinson was asked whether he saw a connection between the EDL and the violence in his Sunderland constituency last night.
One of the flags on the street for the reference to the North East Infidels, which is a Nazi EDL offshoot from the North East chapter of what was the EDL.
The government's independent advisor on political violence and disruption, Lord Warney, said that the Home Secretary should look urgently at prescribing the EDL. He acknowledged there were questions as to how effective a ban could be.
Well, I think prescription has come into place, and there's a particular issue of whether it would be effective or not to ban the EDL, given that formally have been disbanded, but clearly are still apparent within some organisations. So yes, I think we should look at that urgently, but it's only ever going to be part of the picture.
The former Conservative Immigration Minister, Robert Jenrick, said that if the EDL was found to meet the high mark threshold for prescription, this should be considered. His fellow Conservative leadership hopeful Priti Patel said Parliament should be recalled.
The BBC has removed the 2018 Children in Need campaign video from its website after it emerged that it featured the teenagers suspected of carrying out the stabbings in Southport. The Daily Mail has reported that Axel Rudikubana appeared in the advert when he was 11 years old. Here's our culture reporter, Merlin.
The footage shows Axel Rudikubana dressed as Dr. Who, wearing a tan trench coat and blue suit and tie. He is seen walking out of the TARDIS before calling on audiences to do your thing for children in need. It is understood that he was contracted by the BBC for the video through a casting agency, and that children in need had no relationship with them. A BBC Children in Need spokesperson confirmed that the video has now been taken down from all its platforms, out of respect for the victims. They added that Children in Need's deepest sympathies went out to everyone involved in this shocking case.
Washington has reiterated that America's commitment to Israel's defense remains ironclad as it steps up its military presence in the Middle East. The Pentagon is sending additional warships and fighter jets as regional tensions grow following the assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and of the Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Iran and its allies have promised imminent retaliation. Reporting from Tel Aviv, here's our correspondent Jenny Hill.
The mood on Tel Aviv's seafront appears relaxed. Bronze bodies laze under beach umbrellas. But few here are in any doubt that the Middle East stands perilously close to full-scale war. The US is deploying extra fighter jets and warships to the region, stating that its commitment to Israel's defense remains ironclad. Iran and its proxies have vowed to avenge the assassination of the Hamas leader. A reminder, Israel's war on Gaza continues, even as diplomats scramble to prevent its escalation.
Relatives of those who died in the attacks of September the 11th, 2001 have welcomed the decision by the US government to revoke a plea deal agreed with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the man accused of masterminding the atrocities. The Defense Secretary Lloyd
This is part of the problem here, because actually, primary care should be reviewed in the healthcare plan. Primary care is the front door. And actually, successive governments have focused almost entirely on the hospital end of the healthcare system, on the acute end. And that is a huge problem. It's also the very opposite of what NHS England, who obviously oversee the running of the NHS, say they want. So we have had in the last decade a 40% increase in the number of doctors in hospitals. Have we had anything like that in primary care? No, we haven't. Money, and there's been an increase in the proportion of the money in the NHS going to hospitals, despite the fact that we all know that intervening early is better for patients and it is much more sustainable for the NHS. So I am really
You don't want more? No?
fail, units not fail, patients. So there is a trust thing, but I'm
And I'm with you. You heard there, this is about the inheritance. I mean, you were health and social prime minister up until the election. What's happening to you? The programme you asked me about my choice when I medicine and then fashioned found a way into politics as a way that I thought was a better way that I could make healthcare better. And you said certainly make no choice enough. And I said yes, but I know very well how incredibly hard it is. As a social minister, when you think of cause make everything right, and it's very, very hard in government. It's all these things you want to do, and then have some so one of the things under the Conservative government. So I know whenever you say the word pandemic, people sort of tend to groan a bit and say that it was an old time ago. But then let's and it is sort of it was in healthcare when the pandemic was really not very long ago, and we have still got a huge amount of catching up to do from that. Okay. What I would say, I think one of the challenges given yourself in government is by giving the junior doctors a 22% pay rise, well, that does mean that, and already other health professions have said, they're going, well, hold on, pretty much what about us? And that is a huge challenge to set up for yourselves. So how are you going to perform on giving the junior doctors very briefly on that point, Alex.
We're already part of Monday's announcement. In other areas, make commitments, these are not all that explain make commitments around fair pay and social care as well. What I never understand
that's not funded, and you've already cut a ton of
I'm not going to say any of that's not good funding spending. You're not £22 million hole.
No, you made the hole.
Come on, Howard.
You made the hole. Now, maybe we're going to put on to a question on that, but I think you should be no doubt that you made that hole. Okay. It's partly through your public health secretary.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. I do want to move on because we've got other questions we want to get to. But before I do, just a reminder, we are at the Thackeray Museum of Medicine in Leeds. On your panel, you have the Minister for Housing, Communities and Local Government, Alex Norris, the Director of the think tank Reform, Charlotte Pickles, the Deputy Chair of the DMA Council, Dr. Emma Runswick, and the Shadow Transport Secretary, Helen Whately. And this week, we are at a wonderful venue, the Thackeray Museum of Medicine. We have been discussing this, and over the next few weeks, we will be in venues and panelists to look at other specific policy areas in care, housing, the economy, and climate. You can find all the details on the Women Questions website if you want to join our audiences. We will go at full space for other questions too. How can broadcasting networks thank you. Charlotte Pickles. So, and again, it's obviously a very appalling case. But I do think we have to be a bit careful not to apply what we know now in thinking that people knew it before, because I think that gets into quite dangerous territory. Charlotte, thank you for the really we are talking about the residents and you think that we need to have these images of children, and we know that senior executives of the BBC like when they were of this request from the thoughtful, as it should be in this kind of situation. I think one of the reflections I've had about it though is actually to do with the BBC itself and the challenge of the BBC about what I hear as a loss of trust in the BBC as an institution. When I grew up, with the BBC in my childhood, I was one of those kids who watched Blue Peter, and it was the ultimate dream I think to be on BBC and get a computer. But BBC is so much and I know now. programme, but it's clearly a very important subject, and I want to give you all the chance to answer on it, so I ask you just keep your initial answers fairly brief. Alex Morris, what is to be done about this?
Well, this is the inheritance of the house, and the reality, the efficiency is the reality, prices is the
7B? 그거? 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 그냥 여기도 왕 이름이 그 왕의 그거.
And there are longer term things, particularly around housing, to make sure that Europe housing is upheld to try and make sure that's the case for everybody. This is a really big job as a government of today now, working with those who are working in the field as well, and they want it very much to be
Okay, I mean, just a bit of context from this area, 21% of the Leave population in 22-23.
But rather that this honour of representing your country is one to be reserved for people that haven't raped a child.
Okay, I was just looking at a message that was coming in just as you were speaking, Mari, as well, which was from Mankar, says, if the child rapist was truly rehabilitated, would he not have realised the controversy and upset the Olympic appearance would cause, and would he choose then not to attend? Basically saying he wouldn't know if he were rehabilitated, especially as she was the person Mankar was the last one. Joe, what do you think of that, both Mari's comments and that from Lucy?
I think it is a really complicated case. I think that in general the principle that everyone should have an opportunity to rehabilitate is a good one. I think that there are certain offences where ongoing restrictions are needed once someone's completed a sentence.
Let's stop there for a second because he is a convicted child rapist. Do you think that reaches that far or no?
I do, but I think that the restrictions beyond completed sentence, I should say, should be linked to safeguarding risks. So you might not be able to do certain jobs, or there might be police monitoring that needs to continue if you're on a registry. But I think it should be necessarily proportionate linked to safeguarding. So I don't think that there are any necessarily safeguarding risks brought in by competing in the Olympics. Well, I don't know enough about the case, but I do believe they probably have done safeguarding checks to try and manage any risks that might be entailed with them.
What we do know is that an IOC spokesperson, Mark Adams, told a news conference in Paris on Saturday that the Dutch Olympic Committee have put out a statement and that they've made it clear that there's a lot of safeguarding going on, special extra safeguarding. Now, I don't know what that entails or for who.
Yeah, I don't know the details of that. I would also, on the point of the controversy, as far as I can make out from newspaper reports, he has been competing at the highest international level for a couple of years, and there hasn't been any controversy. And I think in particular, in his own country of the Netherlands, it's not necessarily seen as so controversial. I'm sure there are people in the Netherlands who object to it, but that might be possibly, maybe he hadn't really considered how controversial it might be if he'd been competing at that level for a couple of years. Obviously, I don't know if that is the case.
So let me turn back to you, Mari. Why do you think we're seeing this outrage now? It's since 2017 that he's been in.
Yeah, so I think, compared to other sports, perhaps volleyball's not got quite the following as other sports do. And as Joe has highlighted, I think particularly when you're competing for your country and perhaps the majority of your fan base is in the Netherlands, where they have very different laws to kind of assess these types of cases. It's the shortest sentence they've ever given to somebody who has committed rape is 21 days, and the longest is 6 years, which is quite different to in the UK. And it's also not always illegal to have sex with somebody who is under the age of 16 if you are over, which it is in the UK. So, we have quite different laws. His crime is perceived very differently in the Netherlands. I think the fact that probably, the Olympics is a very different stage. There are people who don't often watch sports who are going to be watching the Olympics. There's going to be people who have never been exposed to these types of, games watching the Olympics. People who are going to be following international volleyball competitions, it's a very different audience. So the international outrage is because of how wide-reaching
changing the demographic audience is for the Olympics. That's why we have such a separate bridge.
Just coming to the Netherlands, actually, I just want to talk about that for a moment, because I was seeing that in March the Netherlands took a final step to change Dutch law to recognise that sex without consent is rape. So it removed the requirement that rape must involve physical force, threat, or coercion. That just came into effect in July. And this will continue for decades, and this law is deemed to be the lesser offence of compensation as the punishment of cases of sexual acts that violate social ethical norms. But I suppose this is how the question of the Olympics, when you have significant
both the Royal Opera House in London and the Metropolitan Opera in New York. Recently named Best Female Singer at the 2023 International Opera Awards, Igel's inspirational journey has taken her from an isolated village in the Ural Mountains to the world's most prestigious stages and the recording company. Her debut album has just been released and features a portrait of her trained Carmen and other operatic history, including a Shakespearean folk song from her home Bedford, Scott. She joins me this week, Mira Clements, and I will introduce herself as well as I was in with myself. The first performance I had in the Margaret really years old. Always demands the maximum, which you can give in that particular moment. And Carmen needs freedom, freedom on stage. For that reason, there's always supposed to be some room for improvisation on stage. And sometimes it's challenging to transform from one production to another because each director tries to bring a different philosophy or different idea. And I have to find something with which I connect myself, I do as a person, connect with the same story, tell the truth, to deliver the message. You have been signed by Decca Classics, your debut album, as I mentioned, has been released. And on the album is a track called Nightingale. So this is a Bashkir folk song. What does it mean to you? This is very special to me because my grandma used to sing that song for me. I grew up with the Bashkir folk songs. And that was also the style which was my first studying. And I think Bashkir folk songs helped me to develop my voice. What is it? Is it something within the throat or the breathing? First of all, for Bashkir folk singing, you need a full, strong breath, full range of voice, flexibility in the voice. It demands exactly the same things which you need for classical singing. And on this album, we're going to hear classical and some of your folk songs as well. You're going to perform for us and you're going to sing Valli Secularne. It's from opera Werther. That's one of my favorite operas. And in this particular area, we're translating English is let the tears flow. Because in this particular moment, Charlotte is after reading these letters from Werther, and she's suffering with him. She's been tortured by these letters. And you can have it all in this studio: tears, laughter, everything in between. You're accompanied by Jonathan Lakeland on piano. Make your way over there, Igel. Thank you very much. I know we're in for a treat today.
carried out a number of successful attacks on Russian targets over the past 24 hours, including the Morozovsk airbase that houses drones and warplanes used in Moscow's airstrikes. Online footage said to be from the site shows powerful explosions and huge fires. Kiev also said it sunk a previously damaged submarine in the port of Sevastopol in occupied Crimea and hit an anti-aircraft missile system on the peninsula. At the Olympics, Team GB have won 5 more medals so far today, including a gold in the men's 8 rowing. The remaining 4 medals were bronzes in the women's 8 rowing, the team dressage, as well as for Emma Wilson in windsurfing and Jake Jarman in the men's floor gymnastics.
Places like Liverpool, so that obviously have greater stop anti-search powers. It's all about reassuring local communities.
Alison Freeman, thank you for that update. Well, the Labour MP for Sunderland Central, Lewis Atkinson, has condemned what he called criminal buggery after violence was witnessed last night on the far right. 10 people were arrested, 4 police officers were taken to hospital following clashes between police and rioters. This was what people in Sunderland had to say today as they began to clear up.
It's just shocking to do this, isn't it? Like, who does this? It's we just saw what was going on last night, didn't we? Yeah. And we thought we'd come down and see what we could do to help.
What can you say? It's mindless force. Mindless force. Doing this in 11. 3 children have been killed. That's absolutely disgusting. But because the thing is, local people come out.
So what was it that turned the demonstration there last night quite so violent? From a Bears editor, Mark Easton, was reporting from Sunderland yesterday. I asked him about the sequence of events.
There was this call on social media for people to assemble outside City Hall in Sunderland. I was there from around tea time, and there were a few hundred people who gathered. I also understand that a little bit later, trains were pulling into the station, including one from Glasgow, and people draped in Union Jacks, others in the flag of St George, were being greeted by small groups of other people also not from Sunderland, and they were making their way to the city centre. What happened then was a group of masked young men sort of broke away from the group and started marching around the town. After that, it got a great deal more violent and ugly. We saw groups of masked thugs hurling all kinds of missiles at the police lines. They pulled scaffolding poles off the building sites, bricks, fire extinguishers, using all those as missiles. The police responded on horseback charging the crowd, dispersed them, mixing right here, trying to keep control of what was going on. But I think what was also interesting about the scene was that it wasn't just hooligans, as it were. There were families out. There were hundreds of children, plus all babies in pushchairs, joining the march as it weaves its way through the city. And I think that is a deeply troubling situation, because this is more than just sort of coordinated far-right sort of violence. Time with the local community. These are people who got they want to share their sense of grievance. So that was very troubling. Things then got significantly worse. Small groups of demonstrators, protesters, whatever you want to call them, went to the local mosque. Some missiles were thrown at that. That there were also vehicles which were vandalized. I saw a police car with its windows all smashed in. And then finally, as the rain started, and the police were really pleased that the weather had actually turned a bit, a group went to the high street and started smashing shop windows and looting. So very, very troubling scenes.
You have the sense that there was a particular spark that had led to the violence?
Oh, I think most of the people who were there had seen what had happened inside the mosque, and in one sense wanted to illustrate their support for those 3 little girls who were so brutally murdered. But actually, it's quite difficult to draw a line between support for grieving families and the kind of disorder and violence that we saw in Sunderland last night. I think there was a lot more going on. There have long been far-right activists present in Sunderland and other towns and cities in the northeast of England, and I think that the far-right, who are, it would appear, determined to sort of coordinate a series of events around the country to suggest that Britain is on the brink, are looking for places where they already have some support and where local people have.
Good afternoon. We've heard this week from Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, who said the disturbances were criminal disorder clearly driven by far-right hatred. We've heard that something like 70 prosecutors are ready and waiting to speed up the process. Is that something that you think will help?
Yes, I do. Whilst the analogies with President Evans Wyatt can be overdone, the response that the authorities showed then for arrests, prosecutions, and then exercising court hearings were, I think, a very good precedent for swift justice and sending a message out that we will not tolerate criminal behaviour and people acting as if they think they can get away with it. And I think in order to make sure that we don't see an escalation in this type of disorder, then that sort of approach, I think, would be advisable this time.
And there will now be apparently a new national policing unit aimed at tackling violent disorder. It's going to consider treating rioters as the system does football hooligans, so issuing criminal behaviour orders that could restrict movement. Do you think that will make a difference as well?
Well, I think it did work to a great extent with regard to football violence, which we remember, of course, was a very serious problem some years ago, less serious now. And I think anything that can help coordinate the work of the various police forces across the country will be a good thing. You know, in 2011, a lot of the violence originated in London, so you have a sort of metropolitan police national focus on it. I think it's important for forces up and down the country to not feel that they're being left to deal with this problem alone. We've heard that, for example, in Sunderland, the organisers of people were coming from outside town into Sunderland. I think that's a very important factor here. It means that dismissing this as mindless violence is not the right approach. There clearly is a mixed problem here, and that's a challenge for the court system in order to differentiate between those who are the organisers, the perpetrators, if you like, who deserve much more serious punishment, and those who latch themselves onto it, who should be dealt with by the law, but who might be dealt with in a different way.
And how much should any sentencing from now on for these sort of offences be aimed at deterrence?
Well, I think in this sort of circumstance, the principle of deterrence is an important one. It doesn't, and I'm not being convinced that deterrence across the board in general crime is the right focus, but in this type of copycat criminality, where you see replications of the appalling behaviour in Southport, then Sunderland, and now to some extent today, I think deterring and sending a clear message out to people that the authorities will deal with this quickly and with force, and the law will be brought to bear against perpetrators is, I think, an important way of sending a message and quelling what is unacceptable behaviour. You know, the mob has, I'm afraid, been an undercurrent and a part of life in our country for many, many generations. There are times when we've seen it more prevalent. We don't want to see mob mentality returning to our streets, and it's not only an insult to the dead children of Southport, it's an affront to every right-thinking person in our society who believes in equality and freedom under the law.
So, Robert Cochrane, thank you for that. You may remember the sad story of Fred the Walrus, spotted on the coast of Northumberland before ultimately being put down by the authorities in Norway after being seen as a danger to humans. Sightings of larger marine mammals in our waterways are not uncommon. We see marine charities urging people to stay away from dolphins and been spotted in the weekend. We've been seen several times at Putney Bridge and occasionally smuggling with the tide. Fish divers at Marine Life Rescue is monitoring dolphins and has asked people to get in touch if they see it over the coming days. Jerry Chester is the Thames Area Coordinator for the charity, and I asked her how rare it was to see a dolphin in the Thames.
So it's a common dolphin, and although dolphins have been seen in the Thames, it's quite rare for them to come up so far into the river. So it's about 200 miles long, and so it goes from the Cotswolds down to the North Sea. So in the estuary, there's actually quite a bit of really good food sources for them. So they typically stay down there or maybe in the Gravesend area. But for them to come up into legalities for that, it's extremely complex, very dangerous, even for our medics as well. But there is a plan in place, and we're waiting on permissions for that, which hopefully we can get soon. And if we get the okay, then it will give us a go-ahead to try to do something with them in the river that will move them in the right direction to where they need to be.
And that was Mary Kester from the British Divers Marine Life Rescue on a lone dolphin in the Thames. Let's end today with some good cheer from the Olympics. It's been a remarkable first week with Team GB winning 9 gold medals in Paris by Friday, the most they've ever collected at this stage of a summer games. So what's the news been like today on land, at sea and on the rivers? Our correspondent of the Paris Olympics is Natalie Perks, who's on the line.
Charlotte Pujardin, the three-time Olympic champion, she was suspended by the world governing body after a video emerged of her whipping a horse, and that must have been incredibly hard for this team, but they're coming home with a bronze.
And were there any other medals for Team GB today, if that's not too greedy?
We are greedy, aren't we? There were another 2 bronzes, in fact. One for Jake Jarman on the floor, which is now an amazing performance of his first ever Olympic medal, and he's still got the bronze finals to come tomorrow in the World Championship event. Unfortunately, the reigning Commonwealth champion, Matt Whitlock, has just been judged nudged into 4th in the final of that, the final competition of his illustrious career. And Emma Wilson won Great Britain's first sailing medal at the Games, with bronze in the women's windsurfing. So just the 5 medals so far today for Team GB. And actually some non-British news for you. Simone Biles has just won her 3rd gold of the Games, the 7th Olympic gold of her career in the women's sport. She truly is something of the best.
That was indeed an incredible performance by her today. And the woman boxer at the centre of a lot of controversy this week, she's been finally again today.
Yeah, Imane Khalid, she just won actually her quarter-final against Hungary's Anna-Luisa Hamori by unanimous decision, and that means she's guaranteed a medal in Paris. Now, the International Boxing Association disqualified her, plus another Chinese boxer, Lin Yijing, from last year's World Championship because they both allegedly failed gender tests. But the International Olympic Committee dismissed the validity of those tests, cleared both fighters to compete here, and Thomas Bach, the ROC president today, condemned all the criticism of both fighters as hate speech. He said, "We'll not take part in a politically motivated cultural war."
And what else should we be looking out for later today?
Right at the start of France, which the athletics has got underway, there was a great start this morning for one Brit in particular in the heats of the men's 100 metres. Billy Smith has come from obscurity in the American point system to win the British trials. He's coached by the 9-time Olympic champion Carl Lewis, and here he ran 9.98 seconds, beating the world champion Noah Lyles in his heat. Jean-Marc Hughes also progressed, but the highlight tonight here for us is the women's 100 metre final at around 8 your time. We've got Dina Asher-Smith, Imani Lantiquois and Daryl Meter. They're all through to the semis, which all take place in just over an hour's time. And actually, Daryl Meter ran a season's best to win her heat, so high hopes that he could be medal, maybe a bronze in that final, but it will be a stacked final if they get through.
That sounds marvellous. Natalie Perks of the Olympics in Paris, and the best job of the BBC. Thank you very much indeed. That's it from us here at Saturday PM, studio direction by Rowan Madison. Our producers are Lydia Sobel and Joe Carroll. Our editor is Mark Foster. I'm Cohen Wyatt. Have a very good rest of your weekend.
And then a heater, and the airflow would go all the way through that head. But what we're going to do is make the V9 motor, which is really small, it's about 38 millimeters in diameter. We're going to be able to put that into the handle of the hairdryer. So not only does it make it lighter, but it also makes the ergonomics much better. So most of that weight is then in your hand, and overall it makes the whole hairdryer much smaller. We have to put a hole in the middle of the head where we're actually trading even more air to be able to get you to a faster dry side. And so yeah, definitely looks a bit different from what you would kind of notice from other hairdryers.
Tom, do you think anyone could have ever predicted the mechanics of a vacuum cleaner could inspire a hairdryer?
You know what, funnily enough, Sam, women caught on to the similarities between the technologies quite early on. there is an article from 1924 in Practical Mechanics magazine showing how to build your own hairdryer by connecting up your vacuum cleaner and your toaster to provide hot air to your head. An idea that I think would infuriate nibs into absolute these days.
Let's bring on our second expert guest, Andrew McDougall. He's the Director of Beauty and Personal Care Research at the analyst Mintel. Andrew, welcome to Dow.
Thanks very much for having me.
Let's get into some consumer trends then. What do consumers want now from a hairdryer that perhaps they didn't want in the past?
Well, I think over the last few years we've seen a big focus on health and wellness. So for consumers now, they're prioritising hair health and protection from heat damage when they're choosing their hair care and their styling products, and that will then include obviously your hair dryers. Interestingly as well, within those hairdryer users, they're also willing to pay more for multifunctional kind of salon grade hair dryers that deliver these kind of immediate results and these kind of long-term hair health benefits as well. So I think because certain brands have innovated so well in the last 5 years or so, we're now seeing again that sort of market is shifting even further, so consumers are expecting more.
And does that vary from person to person? Because, I mean, me and Tom were joking, we have slightly different hairstyles. Is that a factor?
I mean, it can all depend basically on what you're looking for from your hairdryer. For example, improving shine is a top priority for a number of hairdryer users. Adding texture or volume is maybe an obvious one that you'd expect, but also reducing frizz as well is something. So it can really depend on the individual, depending on their hair type and texture. It really can depend what they're looking for, but they will do their research into finding what products work best for them.
And what do you think has made people more interested in the health of their hair?
I think it's boosted by the informative power of social media as well. We can find out a lot more information a lot quicker. The internet at our fingertips is something that's just changed consumer goods in general. I think the pandemic as well, we did see again this interest in health surge and then interest in hair health surge as well. And people again spending more time at home and obviously not being able to go to salons, and they had to explore different options available to them. So we're seeing this shift towards sort of long-term hair well-being, which is this sort of larger trend that we're seeing in personal care in general, where wellness is reigning supreme anyway.
I assume it's good business being in hairdryers, but what's making it profitable?
It was fascinating to hear you and Tom talk at the start about the development of the hairdryer, because it's almost unrecognisable to the hairdryers we have today. And we're actually at a stage now where they're almost ubiquitous in UK households. A lot of people use a hairdryer, the majority of people in the UK will use a hairdryer if they have hair. And so we actually see that 1 in 10 people use one daily as well. So it's almost become that sort of everyday product that a lot of people are using and depending on. Within that, we're then seeing, as I say, the transformative nature of hairstyles in general, in terms of helping people achieve looks that maybe they couldn't before, because the technology is getting better and it's really shifting the scale of what brands can do and what they can charge as well.
I was going to say, profitability in business is all about margin. So I'm assuming from the sound of things, people are prepared to pay more for what they want in this dynamic, and therefore the margins can be improved.
Yeah, of course, the majority of hairdryer users are willing to pay more for multifunction if they can get more out of it. 2/3 of consumers in the UK also think it's worth paying more for products of a higher quality. So again, if you're actually delivering on your promises and you're providing those benefits that consumers can see, they will buy in, they will pay more for it. We always thought in beauty personal care, people would never pay X amount for this type of product. But actually, every few years you see a product come out and it sort of completely blitzes that.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can get a hairdryer for £20, but obviously there is this whole range. Robin Dyson's hairdryer can cost anything around £280 to over £400. How do you justify that price tag?
We obviously are looking to kind of disrupt that technology. Ultimately, what we were doing is making really big investments into understanding all about hair science and investing in things like labs, technology, research. In 2022, we invested another £500 million into those labs and technology. And ultimately, what the consumer is getting is really amazing technology that's going to give you the best styles whilst protecting your hair. You know, we heard that hair health is really important to the consumers, and the Sonic, which is our first hairdryer, really invested in that technology, and we included things like the glass thermistor, and what that's doing is measuring the temperature of the airflow over 20 times a second to ensure that we're not getting higher and higher temperatures. And that was something that was really new to the market, and it just means that we're protecting that hair from that extreme heat damage.
And obviously this is a lot of time and trouble is clearly going into the design of the products. Is that
For example, as well, because again that damage can sort of set in. My surprising fact though would possibly be, I might have to run the cover with this one as well, but not all of these fancy features guarantee you good hair. I'm not knocking for 1 second some of the great features that we have on hair dryers, and salon professionals will use these features perfectly. However, the consumer at home may struggle a little bit with that. All these fancy features don't mean that you have good technique, for example, for hairstyling. So you could have a poor drying technique. Understanding the technology or the heat settings and actually doing that correctly can also be quite confusing and also damaging. So it's kind of along the lines of, you just need to be a bit careful that you don't end up being one of these consumers that's kind of all ear and no idea in that sense, because depending on what you want from a hairdryer, sometimes a simple option can be easy for you. So it's all about what you were mentioning earlier about justifying value. We do know a huge majority of consumers always look for things that make their lives easier. But I think sometimes we can get wrapped up in all these marketing campaigns that talk about all these wonderful things hairdryers can do. But we do need to remember there's two different audiences to this. There's a salon professional, which are, certain products are designed for to use, which I believe the Superfine was. And then there's the consumer, which is going directly to the consumer and maybe having a bit more of a softer approach that can educate them a bit more, which I also believe the hair wrap is what I may be crazy on this now. But as I say, it's just about understanding from the consumer perspective, I think, that can get a little bit tricky.
Robin, do you agree with that? Are you on the same page?
Absolutely, absolutely agree with that. Even the Supersonic for the hairdryer, have 2 different versions to style it, and then also we've been looking at adding features to help support people at home, ensuring that they are able to use those features the best. So for example, the Dyson Mural that we just put out, that actually has a sensor in it to tell you and to adjust the temperature if it's too close to the head, being able to basically inform them and help to adjust that heat to make sure that you're not going too close to the heat. So we've absolutely been looking at those different scenarios and different use cases, different users, and trying to address those problems really specifically.
And Andrew, what would you say has been the game-changing innovation in the development of the hairdryer? What was the big thing that shifted the dial from your perspective?
You mean other than using these big heavy hairdryers that you were talking about right at the start? I'd say some of those heat and speed settings, I think they've been a bit of a game changer as well, because it's allowing us to control the airflow and the heat of that air that's coming through the hairdryer, which allows us to just adjust depending on our hair type and hair texture. I think having that element of customization, again, if consumers know how to use it, and of course salon professionals will know how to use this correctly, that's been a game changer because it can really help to ensure long-term hair health, but also to achieve those sort of smooth, shiny, anti-frizz looks that consumers are looking for as well. So I think that's also been a real sort of game-changing innovation, is this element of customization in the hairdryer now. It follows all of these personal care trends we're seeing anyway, but those elements I think really help you to achieve the desired result that you're looking for.
And Robin, what's been the game changer from your perspective?
We touched on it a little bit when it comes to stuff that obviously Dyson have brought through in terms of technology, but I think one of the biggest game changers is really around social media and education. So we're really seeing a lot more social media and a lot more access to understanding how to create those styles.
Andrew, what do you think is the most pointless or least effective innovation that you've had in the hair drying space?
Going back to what you were mentioning at the start, there were talks in the early 20th century of using internal combustion hair dryers. So you had these like miniature gasoline engines that were obviously very bulky and very loud and could potentially set you alight. So they were quickly replaced. When you were mentioning that at the start, I was thinking they have tried that. There was also, much later, they then looked at ultraviolet hair dryers as well, the idea being that it could utilise UV light to dry hair. And they did work, but there was concerns about possible UV radiation damage to the hair.
But I did not. So there is some innovations that have serious damage to people's street cred. Okay, so the hairdryer's come a long way. But what will it look like in the future? We've heard how hairdryers are smaller and lighter now, but where's the money going to take them to the next level? Robin, what is Dyson investing in, and what will it mean for consumers?
one of the big areas we're definitely investing in big is the scalp health. So this is a lot about our skin health, protect our face a lot, but this is really important. Like scalp health is essentially kind of what's going to help you have healthy, thicker, nicer, healthier hair. So it's a really big area for us that we want to invest in and kind of bring new technology to life that improves that.
And Andrew, what's in the pipeline elsewhere? What are other hair drying manufacturers investing in?
Again, scalp care integration is a big thing here. I think as we move towards more of a focus and an evolution of sort of diversity and inclusivity as well, I think we're reaching a stage now, what was mentioned earlier about different hair types and textures and how, again, certain products or certain sort of attachments will work best for certain people. I think it's really important to make sure that we serve that kind of underserved market of people that will want these different types of devices for their different types of hair. We actually have data that shows that a third of adults in the UK think it's really important for brands to ensure that the employees of that brand are trained to understand the needs of minority groups. So again, fully understanding and authentically producing a solution for certain demographics becomes a really key focus. The global shift towards diversity and inclusivity is leading that. I think sustainability is also something that is high on the agenda. Consumers do expect brands to take the lead on addressing environmental issues. A big majority of consumers say this. So again, looking at energy efficient designs, looking at maybe including biodegradable components, low energy consumption models. These are all things that are going to appeal to sort of eco-conscious consumers, again, which particularly younger generations are going to be important in years to come. So I think those kind of things are definitely things that people will be looking at. I know Tom will probably be able to do much better. But it is, we have a great stat that shows that a third of adults in the UK also like to be among the first to try good technologies. And again, this is great because then in my head I'm thinking of sort of real-time heat control system with our hair dryers, having this sort of AR style of integration, augmented reality apps that you can use whilst blow drying your hair, having voice control as well would be something that needs to be done. Obviously, the big boom right now in artificial intelligence as well, where's that going to take us going forward? It could all be very interesting, I think, from a tech point of view, from a future point of view, how interesting this device could become, and indeed whether that's needed.
Well, it's never needed, but it doesn't mean we don't want it. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, for me, I've got visions of being able to like pop up my phone, pick a style on it, press the button, the robot comes in and makes me look fantastic. This is like my teenage dream. Tom, it's time for your thoughts. What is the future of hair dryers going to be like?
Your robot stylist might only be affordable to people who have a makeup room, which you mentioned earlier. I don't know if you have a makeup room. But I think I'm on the right track here. The integration of AI and a hair dryer, particularly following on from what Robin said, seems like an eminently sensible proposition. We can have a high resolution camera front, we can examine the health of each follicle, direct hair and heat perfectly to get it on dry without damaging it. And as Andrew said, you pull in information from social media, direct you to the right sorts of styles, and really give us a healthy and really try to get really quickly while throwing a cup of coffee down your neck and definitely getting things out the door.
So why do you think that, Tom? Is this based on any facts or something that you just imagined?
Did I just pluck it out of the air? No, look, we're integrating AI and connected into everything because they do add value. And AI is so much more capable, not just about responding to our commands, but responding to our environment. And that environment includes bits of us. So if it can analyse what's going on our head and give us useful information, or actually direct the hairdryer, direct the airflow, the heat, so reduce the time it takes to dry the hair, or maximise the wellness of that hair, alongside that trend that Robin and Andrew are both talking about, then that feels sort of bang on the money for me, something that consumers would pay for.
And what do you think the one biggest game-changing innovation for consumers could be in the future with this, Tom?
I do think materials are interesting. I'm obsessed with material science at the moment, and that big shift in weight from when we had these giant clunky metal things that you needed two arms to wield to something nice and lightweight now. Actually, your future hairdryer may weigh very little at all, may weigh less than your hairbrush does now. I think that would be incredible possibility.
But we're not going to get fit lugging around a very light hairdryer. I'm concerned for everybody's biceps, I really am. Tom, that's great, thank you. That's Tom Cheesewright, our futurist and technology guru. Thanks also to our other expert guests, Robin Dyson,
and people from Intel. Next time one day, will we still be dining on flavours in the future?
Doe was presented by Sam White and produced by PM City. This is Radio 4, where it's time for shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 1725 on Saturday the 3rd of August. There are warnings of gales in Rockall, Tallinn, Hebrides, Bailey and southeast Iceland. The general synopsis at midday: low 150 miles west of Bailey 985, expected 350 miles west of Bailey 984 by midday tomorrow. New low expected 80 miles west of Bailey 982 by same time. The area forecast for the next 24 hours. Waking, west or northwest 3 to 5, becoming variable 3 or less, then becoming south or southeast 3 or 4 later. Fair, good. Norfolk Sierra, Southwark Sierra 40s. Westerly or northwest
Water, wetter and windier as the pressure sits on the west of UK. Temperatures tomorrow ranging 15 to 23 Celsius.
South many thanks, Dad Danaus. Before the 6 o'clock news, let's find out who Noel Burton's spending time.
My castaway this week is the musician Mark Knopfler, whose musical career started
Dad always built a garden shed wherever we were. Poor neighbours. And our poor parents would have boogie and that, and then later on, when I got the car, I'd be stomping on the floor. But they never stood away.
Mark Knopfler, My Castaway, and Desert Man Exists. Tomorrow morning at 10.
BBC News at 6 o'clock. This is Chris Aldridge. Good evening. Rival protests have taken place in several cities around the UK as tensions remain high after the fatal stabbing of 3 girls on Monday. Groups of people, some shouting anti-immigration slogans, have been involved in standoffs with police and anti-racism demonstrators. We'll have the latest from Liverpool.
There have been a few things thrown. We've seen a couple of people arrested. There are 4 police officers just coming in now. This is quite a tense situation.
The government is deploying military personnel to the Middle East to help British nationals as fears grow that the conflict in the region will escalate. And another golden day for Team UB at the Olympics.
That was a bit of a sprint to death. It just took a step.
The men's 8 won the rowing final, but there was disappointment for Britain's Matt Squidlock on the pommel course.
I'm done now. I'm not a gymnast any longer. I've done my final routine. And I'm very happy. I want to get the person of the 4 mil on the way.
There have been clashes during demonstrations in towns and cities across the country, including in Leeds, Manchester, Belfast, Nottingham and Stoke-on-Trent. Tensions have been high since the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls at Southport in Merseyside last Monday. In some places there were scuffles of protests organised by far-right groups and standoffs with anti-fascist demonstrators. Bottles have been thrown and windows smashed. Our correspondent Dan Johnson reports from Liverpool.
A few hundred anti-fascist demonstrators gathered at lunchtime calling for unity and tolerance. They then marched to Liverpool's waterfront to face around 1,000 anti-immigrant protesters. At times, the police struggled to keep them apart. Bottles, smoke canisters and tins of paint were thrown by the anti-immigrant side. There's been at least 1 arrest. The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrators. They're trying to create a bit of space between the 2 sides. More police officers were brought in wearing riot gear, some with batons drawn, some with dogs. Police horses waited at the sidelines, the helicopter was circling above. The main clashes seem to have passed here now,
but Merseyside Police has described this as serious disorder and says a number of officers have been injured. There are still protesters in the city centre, and shoppers and tourists have been bemused by these scenes and bewildered how any of it relates to what happened in Southport. Another far-right demonstration is planned this evening outside one of the city's mosques, where lots of police officers on duty try to prevent any escalation in the violence.
Police say 10 people were arrested during disorder on the streets of Sunderland last night. 4 officers were taken to hospital. The violence saw buildings set on fire and windows broken. Our correspondent Jenny Cochran reports from Sunderland.
Clean-up operations have been underway in Sunderland since early this morning. A police building was ransacked and a citizens' advice bureau next door set alight. Elsewhere, a car was overturned and set on fire, with police chasing groups across the city centre until almost midnight. Today, the authorities in Sunderland have a clear message that the shocking scenes were not a protest, but simply violence, looting and disorder. Chief Superintendent Mark Hall of Northumbria Police said officers were out looking to make further arrests, and he had this warning for the rioters.
Anyone involved with disorder can expect to be dealt with robustly, and that action has already begun. A full investigation is now underway to identify those responsible. Make no mistake, if you were involved last night, expect to be met with the full force of the law.
Last night, young people and even children were involved in clashes with police. Sunderland City Council's deputy leader, Paul Sheffield, said many of the rioters had come from outside the city.
We know that sadly, many of those in our city last night were not from here, but came to cause chaos and stoke tensions, and I want to make it clear that there is no place for these people. They are not welcome here.
Scenes in Sunderland today couldn't have been more different. People showing up with bin bags and fuels to help with the clean-up efforts.
Members of the Cabinet have held a group call to discuss the events of the past few days. The Home Secretary, Dave Cooper, said the government had taken steps to make sure those involved in violent disorder would be dealt with.
We will give the police all the backing that they need in the actions that they are taking in response to this criminal disorder and thuggery, because it has no place on Britain's streets. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutors in place this week.
Considered. Hezbollah Conservative leadership hopeful Dame Priti Patel said Parliament should be recalled.
The government says it's sending military and consular staff to support British embassies in the Middle East as it escorts the UK citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. The fresh warning comes amid fears of a deepening conflict between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, Caroline Hawley.
The warnings from the government to British nationals in Lebanon are getting ever louder and more urgent amid rising fears of the conflict in the region escalating. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy said the situation could deteriorate rapidly, and his message was clear: leave now. Mr Lammy, who was in Beirut this week, said a widening of the conflict was in nobody's interests, but the consequences could be catastrophic. As well as military personnel, extra consular staff and border force officials have been sent to the region to help with any future evacuation, where people are being urged to take partial flights out while they can. 2 British military ships are already in the region, and the RAF has put transport helicopters on standby. The government says it's still calling for a diplomatic solution for de-escalation, but there's no sign of any easing of tensions. Hezbollah has vowed to retaliate for Israel's killing of its military commander, Fuad Shukr, in Beirut last Wednesday, the frantic contingency plans for the anticipated Israeli response. And Iran has repeatedly said it will avenge the assassination in Tehran of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. The country's powerful revolutionary guards said the retaliation will take place at an appropriate time and place and will be severe.
There's been international condemnation of an attack by Islamist militants in Somalia which killed at least 37 people and injured more than 200 others. The assault on a beach in the capital Mogadishu was carried out by the group Al-Shabaab. Our Africa regional editor Will Ross reports.
The Al-Qaeda-linked group attacked the beach when it was full of young Somalis out enjoying themselves. First came a suicide bomber, and then several gunmen opened fire. Video footage showed people trying to flee to safety in the dark. There were lifeless bodies on the beach. People in the capital, Mogadishu, say the city had been getting safer. Increased surveillance thanks to new CCTV cameras has stopped the car bombs. The army, with help from US airstrikes, has recently recaptured swathes of the country from the jihadist group.
funded by the European Union and America, thousands of international troops have been in Somalia assisting in the fight against Al-Shabaab, and they're due to be pulling out over the next few months. This latest deadly attack suggests Somalia's military still needs a lot of support.
Relatives of some of those who died in the September the 11th attacks in 2001 have welcomed the decision by the US government to revoke a plea deal. There were reports that the deal would have meant the men accused of plotting the attacks avoided the death penalty. From Washington, here's our correspondent Jenny Kumar.
There was a huge backlash from the families when details of the deal emerged. They said they wanted their day in court and that the accused should face the harshest penalties. Politicians also expressed anger, with the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, saying it was a slap in the face for the families. The White House said the President's office was not involved in the negotiations. Now the US Defense Secretary has stepped in. Lloyd Austin said he'd decided to remove the military official who facilitated the agreement. In a statement, Mr. Austin said responsibility for such a decision should rest with him. Terry Strada, whose husband died in the World Trade Center, said she was pleased the death penalty was back on the table.
Our country was brutally attacked, and it left the surviving children feeling so vulnerable and in so much fear and so much terror that they've been affected for the rest of their lives. So yes, the death penalty is the correct punishment for the crimes against humanity that they perpetrated.
Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and his alleged accomplices have been held in Guantanamo Bay for over a decade. The case has been bogged down in pre-trial issues. Defense lawyers have argued the evidence obtained under torture was compromised. This latest twist in proceedings has brought some relief to the families, but they continue their long wait for justice.
Team GB has won its 10th Olympic medal in Paris after the men's 8 won the rowing final, but Britain's Max Whitlock missed out on becoming the first male athlete to win gold on the pommel horse at 3 successive games. Here's Andy Barwell with a roundup of the day's Olympic action so far.
Yes, there was to be no third straight Olympic gymnastics title for Britain's Max Whitlock on the pommel horse, a discipline he dominated with victories in Rio and Tokyo. In a final of the very highest quality, the gold went to Ireland's Reece McLaughlin from County Down. So, at the age of 31, Whitlock finished just out of the medals this time in 4th spot in Paris, what turned out to be his retirement from the sport.
I'm done now. I'm not a gymnast any longer. I've done my final routine and I can be very happy, and I want to thank every single person who supported me along the way. My coach Scott has been incredible down on the floor with me today as well, and he's witnessed every moment with me. The highs and the tough parts too, and I want to say thank you to a huge thank you to Scott.
Well, earlier there was a bronze for the British gymnast Jake Jarman in the men's school event. Meanwhile, the American legend Simone Biles has made it 7 Olympic gold medals during her incredible career in gymnastics, the latest one coming in the women's vault. On the water, Team GB had gold in the men's 8 and a bronze in the women's race as the rowing team secured their best ever haul at an overseas Olympics. There were bronze medals for Carl Hester, Lottie Fry and Becky Moody in the equestrian dressage team event, and also a bronze for the
is organising the boxing competition here because the Russian-led IBA is suspended over governance and integrity issues, has questioned the validity of the eligibility tests the body conducted.
The main news again. There have been clashes during demonstrations in towns and cities across the country. In Liverpool, a number of police officers were hurt during a standoff between anti-immigration protesters and anti-fascists. The Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, says the police have the government pulled back in to deal with violent disorder. BBC News.
Presented by Chris Aldrich. The actor and singer Kim Marsh will be telling us about bringing a classic Disney villain to the stage in this evening's Loose Ends. We'll also hear what John Holmes has been cooking up for the Edinburgh Festival. First, Paddy O'Connell has news of tomorrow's edition of Broadcasting News.
Hello, amid fresh protests we hear news across the divide. One migrant family fleeing from Taliban said they've been left frightened in the UK. Locals said it was right working class, but always ignored. Dave Hesselman and the TV legend and Dame Stephanie Shirley, who fled the Nazis, are on opposite sides of the assisted dying debate. Their views. Edna O'Brien blazed the trail for women, and her books were set alight We ask young readers to rate her by a modern day standard. Last week, the PH Golden Nuggets from the Olympics, all over Broadcasting House on Sounds Forever and here on Radio 4, 9
This is Radio 4, where it's now time to join Stuart McConey, who's in a continental mood.
Hello, bonjour et bienvenue aux Saint Olympians. Our motto: faster, higher, stronger, chattier, more sparkling and refreshing than the scent on the top floor this afternoon of the Quality Test Committee. No, I can't believe it. So as winter swelters and temperatures almost high enough to, quote, leave your pink coat at home, the nation is flushed with success. High street retailers report it, cleaned out the news, 3-day events in gear and whatever triathlon were. The men of a certain age ask themselves exactly when it's too early to pick up the NXT here. On the podium with Kim Marsh's journey of taking Coronation Street and Washington Road, now she's been so delicious with Cruella de Vil, the Manchester Storm, and new production of One Direction. Julie Ford shares music and inspiration and a personal and reflective album birthday. As we head this week towards the nail-biting scimitar swinging finale of House of the Dragon, Julie shares insight into his malevolent character and what it's like now on TV show. Well, to begin, regular Radio 4 listeners, and is there any other kind? He asked grovelingly, will be no stranger to the dulcet but assertive tones of John Holmes. Now show Stalwart, the man who skewers this week's music, the skewer, and a new podcast, John Holmes Saves the Secret. He's also making the first foray into music production. Let's start there. Let's start there. Tell me a little about the play.
Well, okay, so it's written by and starring the very talented young and so I produced this podcast, and the inspiration for it, for the writing, was that genuinely saw an ex-reality star, you know that the 15 minutes of fame that they have, and then it starts to dwindle a bit, right? And they get spat outside the fame machine, and they genuinely saw this contestant who was only a little back shot in the middle, and it felt like, oh, that's what happened. So it's a satirical comedy about what happens after the flame goes out, and they're the first game winners of Love Island Smash Show. One was absolutely fantastic, pure team, pure rock, absolutely wrong. And though they are advertising, they are confident about the shot. They get a shot, another shot at the next match. On their own, the game, that's cool. Okay, so from that, as well as laughs, it's serious, it's social comedy, it's a satire, but it is a joke. And I saw it at the Bold Festival in London, and that was the scene from the next picked up by Soma Theatre, from Festival Development Festival. And I saw it there, and that's where the red from. And I think that this is a really good play. This is going to be a hit. So it's made a very big drop. I'll do it. And then it's like, really think what to do. So, you are like everything you would make sure they go along. So my job as well as is to make sure there are enough flyers to go back and make the actors. And by actors, that's the thing. I think it's well enough. Sorry, oh, it's a very sorry. I mean, camera matches. I mean, it's good, right? I've been known so many times now, but I can now see is it a fur coat thing? Astrakhan code? Is it like a common one? I think so. Yeah. I think you address the issue that people deserve to have Astrakhan. It's within it, so it's too much stuff to go to. Well, I'm not saying, but then hearing that again, but that's living their life in horrible and they tell me one of them gets involved West get one of the stories and then what happens then because while we follow the character and follow the character your relationship then has to be something you start to change because the back so it's very bold take on I'm thinking I mean you have very early experience I mean it's like talent show where I'm the are you like that predating something?
Yes.
very much so. Very much so. I think, yeah, I mean, it was really funny, our process as well, because obviously, I hadn't been in the talent show like that before, and we didn't have to get the votes, and we didn't have it. That was all done after the fact. They come up with the, you know, voting. So I got a 13-year-old, my youngest child is 13, and I feel like I'm so glad I didn't grow up in this era. Because although it can be a wonderful thing, it can also mean that anyone can get to it at any possible time. And I think during that whole hearsay period, I think we had something like, there was some kind of messenger type thing going on. I can't remember what it was now, but it was like an early kind of version of it. And we used to get printouts of what people had said.
When men were talking about cancer and what happened to people, and I wanted to talk because I wanted people to tell me what was going to happen and how the meeting was going to be and all that stuff. And I don't know what this was, so I'll make one. I got all the men who had or have cancer and said, look, what we can do is a very, very honest take on, and funny, because a lot of stuff that you go through with biopsies and all of this stuff happening is funny. And that's how you do it. It's running a line in the dark. But that's the truth of that. It's a part of it. And so Stephen Fry, Eric Ivey, Tom Farland, the actor, Ben Richards, Mike Peterson speaking of The Alarm, Richard Herring, Mark Steele, Matt Ford, all of them have had different types of cancer. And I just said, look, what we're going to do, we're going to sit down and we're going to be brutally honest about what we've gone through. And that takes in everything from chemo pumps to colostomy bags to biopsies from the perineum, all sorts. But really honest about and what we found is because we don't talk about this stuff. So I got and now it's we're actually like you said, so the story it's really open up to me. And the message was and I went whether or not how social media and how it knows what you are and how you live and how old you are, and obviously it went, oh, he's old. So what we'll do is we'll fill his timeline with messages about prostate cancer and get tested. And I, as a man, I ignored that. But yeah, why would I? And then it kept steering. And then obviously in front. And I put the finger on that one. And I don't know what. Because I never ever. Look at Neil, and I just did, and they said, actually, I've got 60 grams of this. The only thing got to the store was the plastic program. No one final thing, any family. And I said, I've no idea what it's got. And they went, so that, which is extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, but you do address this in the show that some level your body was telling you to make that up. Well, the incredible thing about the prostate as well, if it has a problem, and it might not be cancer, but it sends out signals, which is what the blood test does. Well, it is tremendous. John Holmes says the C word. It's available on BBC Sounds. Luton Beach is at the Pleasant Courtyard at the Edinburgh Fringe from 9 till the 26th of August. Julia Forden came to prominence in Queen Bridesmaids with her second debut album and a hit single, Happy Ever After, which showcased her mixture of the personal and the social in her work. Critically acclaimed album like Porcelain, Sweat, and New Sweat Brothers. But her new album, Earthmaid, continues to cover a variety of styles and subjects. Is there an underlying theme to Earthmaid?
Well, I was a woman of a certain age. I got to 40 and I'm like, oh no, I'm single. And I went for with the ladies in America where I live, you have to go and have your first checkup at 40. And I said to the doctor, what are my chances of getting pregnant? And she went, none. Wow. I was like, what?
And then she's like, are you with someone? No. And then she probably, and then about 6 months later, I met this man, and on paper, it didn't look or sound quite right, and that's because it wasn't. There were not just red flags, pink flags, blues, mauve flags, on some level, and this is actually back to the point, you don't know why when you had that sense. That's because, and I really believe it, I always like to make this joke in my head, but sometimes I've never met Steve Pride, it's like this voice of compassion, empathy, and reason. And when I met Victoria, that's the voice of Father's place to tell us where to go in the direction. And he spoke to me like an angel.
Yeah. Well, I must say, my mum and took me what that is a message. I got that talk, maybe.
I actually. I'm going to sound like a little generational, which I have. It's sort of the divine would speak to me and all the other side, all the vibration. So I meet this guy, I'm like, this band on paper correctly is, and he's younger than me, and I'm like, you know, I want to have a baby. So he says he's in love, he wants to commit, we're going to move forward, and my instinct, even though my head was telling me, very bad idea, paper, very bad idea. Actually, my instinct was going, yes, let's do it. Now we're just going to throw it out there, it's not scientific. I actually believe that the soul of the child that we made was waiting on the other side, and it's got to be that bad, it's got to be this Eastern European guy who's living in America with a British mum, and I am going to be the soul that comes to people. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart, because when people break up, don't you always hear them saying it, but I wouldn't change anything, and I wouldn't have this kid. And believe me, there were
from a classic little later on in the show. Earlier this year, we returned to the world of Westeros in the second season of House of the Dragon, a prequel to the heaving bosoms and blood-soaked behemoth that was Game of Thrones. Among those eyeing the coveted city of the Iron Throne, Stephen Mitchell portraying Aemon Targaryen. He quickly became a fan favourite in the series, with the character being described as a dashing young sauce.
Wow. That's probably the face value description of it. There's a lot more going on.
But it is an interesting thing. I don't know where you are with it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, don't necessarily know what he's thinking behind his eyes, but you definitely know that he is thinking. Like the cogs are turning, and you don't necessarily know where his true allegiance lies, or what his political ambitions are, and that makes him all the more scary.
So for people who don't know, or people as well who may not have seen Game of Thrones, more on that than not.
Michael Mann.
That resonates with you.
It was, yeah, so I have a new scene in season 2, and Aemon, he possesses this very strict code kind of lives by. Robert De Niro's character in Heat, he also has a code. Never get connected to anyone, not afraid to walk out on 30 seconds flat, and that's the code that he lives by, that helps him in New York City without being called by the police. And Aemon has a very similar code that in part protects him from like a kid and he was boy. Kind of developed this facade, and the moment in the nude scene, you see that facade developing everybody around him. Complete contrast to what you saw in that.
I also, because I'm so shallow, I'm drawn to the fact that you did watch the new scene. I didn't tell her either. I kept listening to it. Wow.
I know.
Was that an orc's rope?
Yeah, I think the Lord has heard us now. Incorporate the foundations in the house. Wasn't a decision we made lightly, but the management of the would walk out of there and looking up. It's a certain kind of power that gets from that. He's a leader on it. It's really powerful.
You mentioned your mum there, and I'm interested in you. Right, you're from Derby. Barbados. Yeah. And have you been? I've been. And I mean, you hear a lot of talk these days about the background factors, coming down middle class area, and you paid for yourself to, you had to work and pay yourself to do drama.
I always think of that line from The Goodfellas, as far back as I can remember, I wanted to be a gangster. And for me, acting was my thing, and I always wanted to do it. And when I was 16, 17, I landed a place in a television workshop. It's this brilliant platform that offers students that might not necessarily possess the financial means, gives you opportunities that you might otherwise. And with the workshop, I landed this short film directed by Chris Andrews, working on the advice workshop. Got it burnt into a bunch of CDs. I found it playing in London, and I posted them to all of the patrons' names and get hold of it. Yeah, very lucky, very lucky.
Well, don't be so. I know, do you ride those dragons? What are you sitting?
I'm sitting on a mechanical booking Bronco suspended about 20-30 foot up in the air.
You won't do that naked.
No, not naked.
Oh, well, House of the Dragon's finale is this Monday at 2 a.m. on Sky Max. For those who prefer more civilised hour, 9 p.m. following that. And if you listen to the Thursday repeat, stream the whole season now. Thank you so much. Some more music now. Julian Gordon. You can basically live in LA. That makes it very different from Portsmouth.
Well, that's the thing. I had the craziest true story experience, but I actually met the living queen and leader of the singer-songwriter movement, Joni Mitchell, and she lived there. She was my boy, and she said, you should come to my house and make a record. Like, oh, that's a great idea, isn't it? And I went over there, and that was for my fourth album, Falling Forward, and then I just sort of stayed there. And then I met the aforementioned Joni Mitchell, and I did the bakery. And so now I've got an American kid, and so that's really why I lived there. and also there's quite an appreciation for the singer-songwriter genre there. There's quite a community.
What you're going to do for us now is something from your very first album, I think.
Yes, I'm going to be doing this tour in November, and people are like, "You're going to do the old songs, right? You're going to sing that behind closed doors, right?" From the first record. Yes, I am. So I'm going to go through the
costumes are incredible with the makeup, and a lot has gone into it. A lot has gone into this production.
How does it compare? I might ask you this. How does it compare being in a hit theatrical like a musical with being in a long-running TV show? Because just before we started recording, the hardest working man in show business, Craig Charles, in the studio, and you had a big old hug, and just she was a long time, put his on. Is it important to establish that? And you're going to get out of the theatre show as well.
What connection? Yeah, absolutely. It's really important. I think it's probably one of the things that you're on tour and in a company to actually get along. That's very, very important because you're with each other all the time. Travelling and all the rest of it. You're all away from home, so you're all in that kind of vulnerable place, really, if you like. So really, if you didn't have that camaraderie and that kind of support, it would be a lot more difficult.
Especially in those dark scenes.
You mentioned your approach to Emma Stone. When you is that daunting or exciting or actually?
I have. Of course, and I am the tattooed woman. I do like a tattoo. Yeah, I've started to do that now because I love a tattoo, and to be honest, I make mistakes. That's a very scribble there. I have some very nice picture on my body. It's very bad. What more? Actually, you can see. Unless you see other things. Actually looks like the Slazenger logo. So I got sponsored by that at the moment. So I live on my own with fences, and my mum rang me, I was doing the ironing, because she said, you know, you're looking at this, well, but it's been on the news and all that, when I'm not there. I went, do you know how many people that go there? I'm not going to hold it now. So you're going, and that's it. I'm stood in a queue at the old coronation over there. How weird was that? And queued up to do it. But it's only my dog. Otherwise, yeah, she hasn't pushed me into it. And my parents who are always, you know, they're always so very supportive. Everything I did. Even when I didn't have my children, you know, they were like, we're working, and we're moved to London, we're looking after the children while we're working, and, you know, and I could not have done any of this without them. You know, my dad's several people in general. But they, you know, mega supportive. And what you know, you're way ahead, aren't you? Yeah. We've already got another series of
200 years in the future.
Yeah, I'm 95, I love it. Yeah, we have, which I'm going to show you
Which the ones I'll mention to you is the Palace of International Law 10 that sounded sensitive. Tuned in, turned on, or logged in. It's not new again. My this edition of Princess and a whole big chunk of back catalogue. You're listening to Thank you so much, Doug. John Holmes. Next week, Clive will be getting the festival talking to Bobby Davro about holding his own in Winter Comedy and Virginia Gates' new version of Cyrano de Bergerac.
Now, Edinburgh Sounds of switching to Edinburgh for the past 20 years now have been recent episodes. After the news, Max Cotton, coffee shop, supermarkets, and the modern world. Total self-sufficiency has carried far in Somerset.
The controversial Mexican cereal is impossible to escape. Moms and breads and samples and salsa on the road before I make one of those things I look at this year. I'm proud of it. I'm navigating the park. I'm still inside school. But the biggest brother and British and Irish history. On both sides.
Traffic hour,
Escape from the maze. On Radio 4 and available now for 56 cents.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. Clashes have broken out between police and far-right protesters in several English cities. Merseyside Police says a number of its officers have been injured during what it called serious disorder in the centre of Liverpool. Humberside Police says it's arrested 4 people and 3 of its officers have been hurt. 4 men have been arrested in Stoke-on-Trent. Far-right groups chanting anti-immigration slogans holding violent protests in a number of towns and cities since the fatal stabbing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday. This afternoon, ministers held a group call to discuss public order. Speaking afterwards, the Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said criminal violence and disorder have no place in Britain streets.
But we were given, it's all the backing that they need in response to this criminal
criminal disorder and coverage. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutions in place this weekend, but the courts stand ready as well. Anyone who engages in this kind of unacceptable disorder really pays the price.
BBC Children in Need says it's removed from its website a campaign video from 2018 that featured the teenager accused of carrying out the fatal stabbings in Southport. The Daily Mail has reported that Patsy Cabana, who's now 17, in the fundraising advert for News 11. At least 10 Palestinians reported to have been killed in an Israeli strike on a school in Gaza City. Israeli military said the building was used by Hamas to manufacture weapons. The Hamas media office says the school was a shelter for displaced Palestinians. At the Olympics, Team GB have won 5 more medals so far today, including the gold in the men's speech rowing. The remaining 4 medals were bronzes in the women's speech rowing, the team of Gus Ann as well as 4 Emma Wilson in the cycling.
My name's Max, I'm a retired political journalist, and for a whole year I'm going to be totally food self-sufficient. I'm only going to eat what I can produce on my tiny farm near Grantham in Somerset. Why? I want to know what it's like to have to produce the food that keeps me alive. My challenge begins today, on the 1st of September. It's traditionally the starting date of the farming calendar, and it's all because of the harvest. Almost there. We are nowhere near almost not even halfway. So this is our wheat harvest. The guys over here are planting to help out. This is it. Fascinating, wasn't it? We've got about 500 square meters of and we just managed to put it on
I think this is the 3rd day, and we're about 40 along. So I think it's about 5 hours cooking
of wheat in there, something like that.
How long is that lasting?
I reckon about 6 weeks or so. My endeavours this year are being followed by programme producer Tessa Brown. What we're going to do is turn a field of wheat into flour out of next Wednesday, and all of that threshing and winnowing stuff all goes on in the combine harvest normally.
Right, so how big a job is it for you?
It's a critical job because all of that's got to go on in my shed. We're going to take it from this at the beginning of the week, and we're turning it to grain. So what we do is go really well under these. Bang the top on. And what happens is even a very light wind blows the chaff and the dust and everything else away, and the grain just poured into the bucket. And you keep pouring from one bucket to the next. Milling flour is actually a problem for me. You can buy worktop units, but they cost about £500. And so after a bit of experimentation, I've discovered that an old juicer's really fast spinning blades actually produce quite usable flour. Now I need my sieve behind you. So in here we've got fine flour now. September, I've got lots of vegetables, my hens still laying quite well. Hopefully my cow is getting calf soon, and then I'm going to have dairy produce. And then as the winter progresses, I'll have some meat maybe from some of the animals on the farm. By that time, my hens will have gone off lay, ready to become a little bit more scarce. And that's how seasonal eating works. As the seasons change, my diet changes.
How are you getting on doing without things like pepper and oil for cooking?
Pepper, I'm just looking down. I do have it in herbs. Oil is a problem. I'm looking forward to getting some more fertilizer as well. When we gave birth to a beautiful ginger bull calf, we decided to call Brian.
How old is he now?
He is a week old. He's doing really well. And he's just very, very got over that kind of wobbly on his legs stage and he's left really bouncy. Are you disappointed that I'm not Hamlet and Brenda?
I did think I'd find you out here. Milking the
Well, I have putting together an old kind of milking system from a 1950s vacuum pump and all sorts of bits and bobs that I've been developing steaming. I've got this this unit with big stainless steel cups that go one bottom to the other, and there's a glass bowl underneath which all the milk goes down into, and then into this big 30-litre bucket, and that's how I'm going to get them.
Can you explain to me why you would be able to milk them now? Why you are milking them now?
So, in dairy, with dairy cows, you don't get the cow has a calf. So to keep the cow in milk, the cow's got to have calves. What happens in commercial dairies is that the cow calves once a year, she's milked for 10 months, she has 2 months off, then she calves again, and then she's milked for 10 months. And the guys will go to the dairy industry to go for a really, really long time. What happens is so little milk made to the consumer because it's a dairy milk. What happens is the cows come away from that cow 3 to 5 days, so you can be on the go by now, and then you'll be being milked for the first time. Now, it's a pretty dramatic thing to do. You take the calf out, wait for the cow.
What are you doing? How can you get milk still?
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is optimize and keep the calf down and share milking. They can still spin each other and see each other when they can, which part of the barn or which part of the village they're in. And as soon as you can do that, then you separate them and you get 12 hours of milk, depending on how long you separate the calf for. You couldn't do that with commercial cows in Britain. The price of milk would increase by a factor of 10. So milk would go quickly increase nearly 25 pounds overnight. Now that my cow Brenda is in milk, I can start using cheese. But the sugar has to stick some pounds to ensure that it's Alex who's in a neighbouring village. She's not a brilliant cheesemaker, and she's going to show me how to make the cheese ready to eat straight away. Yes. orbiting the moon, a solid clad in granite. This year I'm allowing myself some chemicals and additives that aren't actually food, mainly to ensure that the bacterial process
Now the last time I made this, he complained it was too hot. And so I don't want to blow his head off, but it's chili sauce.
Food self-sufficiency means I have to produce everything myself, but it doesn't mean I have to cook everything myself and to honour myself.
I'm doing that usually much happier once he's got a bit of variety of what he eats. Even if there's a day where he has to eat just meat or veg, if he can put a little bit of something inside of it and once a day, just he'll be very much happier. We have quarter onions here, we've got some sliced tomatoes, which is really lovely. All of these chilies, which are exceptionally hot, and then I'm roasting it with thyme, so I can blend it, and I'll knock it down with water or vinegar, because I can take some of this lovely vinegar. We haven't yet got any fat in the way of oil, and I think it's going to be fine either way. There is chili sauce. That is good sauce. I hope a little bit of ghee, but also good fat pepsi. Let's do more.
Next time on Growing Solo.
First thing in the morning, Buster was stunned and bled out into a big bucket. It was pretty traumatic.
Growing Solo was presented by Max Cotton and the producer was me, Tessa Brown. This was a bit of production for BBC Radio 4.
Balls input box. Providence, a map and compass to navigate the world of extreme exploration. In the meantime,
Edvard Munch's The Scream was originally called Startled Man in Spanish. Jamie Mitchell hosts the panel show about the incredible truths and their incredible lives.
I didn't realise that Saturday Night Fever was supposedly based on a true story. It doesn't have that sort of documentary vibe.
Featuring Zellerides, Marcus Woodstock, and Barista.
Raising the self-esteem of parents is a great way to bring up the juice more milk, as it's putting their hair, giving them false teeth, and a really good push-up bra.
The new series of The Unbelievable Truth.
Twitchy, double twitch.
Monday night, 6:30 comedy on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Which brings me to where I would most like to explore, with all due respect to Europa, which I'm sure I'll talk about quite a lot. I'd like to go to Triton. That's my actual favorite place in the solar system. I'm Annika Rice. I'm a broadcaster and an adventurer. And actually, most of all, I'd like to have all my career again. Flying around the world in a helicopter without doors, that bit is fine, but I don't want anybody shouting at me, hurry up! I just want to do it in my own time and enjoy it. Also, Jess, I want to go bareback with you across Mongolia. Well, I know you've done that. Oh, yeah. Can I come with you next time? Yes, we can plan a date.
So rarely hear about a date in Mongolia, so well done for organising that.
So soon into the programme.
And this is our panel. Brittany, I just have to ask you quickly before we get to question number one, this is always what happens. Triton, you did this, and so why Triton?
That's because it's Europa, but with Titan frozen out on top, and it came from the Kuiper Belt. Now it's stuck somewhere it didn't want to be in the first place. Seems like we should check it out.
That's a very strong answer. Annika, last night, I had never known this before until we had a meal last night and found out how much you loved exploring and indeed idolised explorers. Can you tell me a little bit about in childhood when you realised that this was your passion?
It started at a very young age. When I was little, I had an explorer suit. It was actually a red snowsuit with fur around the collar. But I would stomp off for hours on end. And my parents never knew where or what. They weren't very interested in me anyway, to be honest. So it actually fitted in very well with the family dynamic. And I'd go stomping around at huge adventures. 6-year-old me, off I went. And then, when I was a teenager and all my fellow schoolmates, you either went David Cassidy or you went Donny Osmond. That was just the choice of the poster on your bedroom wall. I went Sir Ernest Shackleton because I was so enamoured with him and that sense of exploring and going off into the unknown. I really followed that through my complete adult life, and I love being frightened. I love being fearful. So I live my life by the importance of being earnest, basically.
What I love is that if there are any Freudians listening to this, you've given so many clues. The bareback writing in Mongolia, my parents have no interest in me, and I do love butch wear. And that's kind of building up to a very interesting picture.
Giving you something to think about for the rest of the day.
I know you said about later on in your introduction, you must have a literary reference.
Oh yes, sorry about that.
Jess, volcanoes. What brought you to volcanoes?
I'm going to blame my parents a little bit because they were both FBI agents. And when they scared off my first boyfriend by putting their guns on the table and then shaking his hand after work, that was sort of like anything less than that would be boring. And so volcanoes was actually a really fortunate twist of fate, thanks to a horrible ex who brought me to Los Angeles. I studied geology, and I applied for a researcher position at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. And to their, I'm sure, unending sorrow, they said yes. And lo and behold, I set foot at the summit of Mauna Loa, the world's largest volcano, and that was it. It was done. I was walking on Earth younger than I was. And there is nothing cooler than seeing the Earth simultaneously create and destroy itself.
Can I just say that was a great hold my beer moment. You all need a literary reference, and you went, I can up that. My parents were FBI agents. Whoa! Yeah, that's it.
Jess has got whole literary references down her arms.
You have T.S. Eliot on your arms. Can you explain?
Yes, I actually thought I was going to become an English professor when I went to college.
What's the quote? We will not cease from explorations in Eliot's quote, isn't it?
Yes. Everything Eliot does is great, and it's all, he's very into we shall not cease to be explorers. And, I mean, it's funny because he was somebody whose work showed me that we can explore our relationship to the universe while sitting down and thinking. And to me, that's just as valid a form of exploration as going to the moon, going to Triton, or going to the bottom of the ocean. And we don't know ourselves fully, even though we have a whole lifetime to figure it out.
So Mike, we have Shackleton, FBI agents, top that.
I don't know if I can. I got interested in the space program, as I said earlier. I was about 8 years old.
We've seen Russian teams in space. We haven't seen headbanging in space, and I feel we should be elevating immediately to the next mission.
This is the perfect place for headbanging. I mean, the hair's going everywhere anyway, so imagine the possibility.
There's no way. If you're watching, no one's going to drop you. You're going to still float. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, you have a lot. Actually, dancing and moving around is kind of fun. You could really enjoy that, I would think. What I found was that, like, the scene out of the window, looking at the planet, and I listened to a lot of music while doing that, and there was certain music that went with the scene. You know, like nighttime music, being over the ocean. So for me, it was like trying to match the music that would allow you to experience. So it's kind of like building your own soundtrack for what you were experiencing looking out the window.
How beautiful is it being inside the spacecraft and being outside? Because you've got a very, 35 hours spacewalk. That number of hours outside.
Yeah. So I'm looking at my goldfish, I'll agree with. I think that's how much do you have, Mike? He's got 6 or 7, so he's got more than anybody. I think Americans. Yeah. So anyway.
Any other group, you would have won that competition.
Mike, get up here. I'll go back.
Can I
just ask how you all get into the Explorers Club? Now we've had a fellow explorer in the audience cutting in there with a new apply. Well, you can give you a waiting list. Is it like the Garrett Club or the Golf Club, or how does it work?
We need a couple recommendations, but we can take care of that. Nice enough.
So you're not waiting for one to go before? No. Good. No, I just wanted to intrigue.
But I mean, inside the spaceship is kind of cool. The first thing you want to do is take a look at the planet and what else you can see when you get to space. So you unstrap, float up to a window, and look, and it's extraordinary. And it's the most beautiful thing you've seen. But to me, it was like, oh, look at the pretty fish through the window of an aquarium. But when you go outside, the whole universe opens up to you. And now you're more like a scuba diver. I feel like a real spaceman. I'm interacting with that environment, and I can look wherever I want, and the whole sky opens up to you, and the Earth, you can see the curve of the Earth from where we were up at Hubble, and you realize that you and your buddy are the only two people we know that are outside in the universe. There may be someone somewhere else that we don't know, but at least from what we know around our planet, we're the only two people out there, which is kind of cool. It's the coolest thing I've done. I think it's the most extraordinary thing that astronauts can do. I know other people have done some pretty cool things in the system.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about planning expeditions. We'll come back to planning a spacewalk, but I thought, Jess, if you can give us a sense, so you visited a lot of volcanoes. They're dangerous and difficult places in many ways. You know, someone's at the back's going to go, actually, I visited 7 more. So can you take us through very briefly how you set up an expedition, what you do to keep safe?
I can tell you what not to do off the bat, which is do not do your PhD research in Sinaloa, Mexico, when the cartels are like at an all-time high of violence. And
so it's not the volcanoes.
It's not the volcanoes, no. And also don't take your newlywed husband with you and tell him that that's your honeymoon. Because that's what I did, and I ended up actually having to chase narco traffickers in our rented Jeep because they stole my rock hammer. And, you know, my Spanish is serviceable, but I never thought that I would be literally driving after Carlos was driving, I was passengering, and going, we have to get this rock hammer, or I can't do my research. So you have to have the fundamental ingredients that you need, and it would take weeks to get a rock hammer, you know, to this location. So part of planning is thinking, okay, what are the things I absolutely need to accomplish? What are the things that would be nice to accomplish? What are the things that the people who are funding this would really like me to accomplish, but probably won't get? And then you try to keep everybody safe. And with volcanoes in particular, you can joke, like I joke all the time. Like I'm the most irreverent person, especially when we're in the field. But as I tell my students and people I lead on expeditions, you have to be 100% focused on safety because none of it matters if you don't come home alive. And hopefully in one piece. But no, the volcanoes to me are, yeah, they're dangerous, but it's an acceptable risk because you know from what is written in the rock record what the volcano is capable of. If you have that part of the rock record, still.
I think that movie's going to, I see Angelina Jolie and Liam Neeson, and I see the tagline, they took her rock hammer, she's going to take their lives, something like that. And I actually have The Rock playing the rock hammer as well.
You know, The Rock actually retweeted me because I made a geology reference and he liked it. And so now I'm like, oh, I'm friends with The Rock. Yeah, no, I'm not.
What was it you were chasing?
Narco traffickers.
Like bad guys?
Like actual bad guys with guns. Like, okay.
For a hammer.
So what happened was, yes, for a hammer.
Call one of us, we'll get you the hammer.
It's a special hammer, okay? It came with me on this trip. It's in my hotel room.
It's an insight into the character of all geologists, isn't it?
We're insane.
It's the rock hammer. Annika, on the evidence so far, the idea that insanity is quite important to be an explorer.
Yeah.
Home has hope, and it's the place to live. Yeah. And I think I've always been a fan.
Home is we should mention the quote that was up earlier because a few days before we started recording this, William Anders or Phil Anders died, and he was one of the first 3 people to leave the atmosphere and took that incredible image of Earthrise, you know, which is such, and again, I think even before we start sending the politicians into space, the idea that every politician should have on their wall Earthrise, that incredible imaging, and I just wonder if you really know, for certain images, you know, how much of your work do you feel the importance of communicating, as Mike was saying, the rarity of this experience that we have of being on a living planet surrounded by such variety, you know, and you're looking also further out and thinking, well, where else might we find these things?
I really resonated with what Mike said actually about where you start thinking of home, because I have, since going to Antarctica last field season, like over 2 years out in the field in the ice, and that's where I think of. I kind of am grounded there. We were having a conversation last night about whether you leave parts of yourself really back in places that you've been, and I feel like that. I can like center myself in that place even though I'm not there. And so I think that for me is a big part of it, and it wasn't why I went down the first time, right? Went down the first time because I've got to understand Europe and I'm obsessed with this thing, and the first time I stood on the ice and looked out, it was just overwhelming. And the way I've always described it to someone is like, remember the first time that you stood under like the most impressive sky, right? And you felt small but significant at the same time, like lucky to be feeling that way. And that's how you feel, at least I do, every time you walk out. And so when you get to talk about what your experience is, I think hopefully it becomes more accessible, more human, and more kind of
and they're just previously about boots on the ground as well, which is of course one of the debates around space exploration. Some people would say, look, why do we keep needing to send humans up? Can't we just all do this with whatever robots survive? What is your answer to those who think, oh, surely we can just do this with technology and without humans?
I think there's always going to be a place for human exploration, and I think it's just how do we use it wisely, and the more that the technology can cover, the more that we can learn about a place without sending people. I think that's going to make the time when we do send people to these places much more efficient and safe.
We talked about Mars earlier, and people talking here at this conference about showing potentially to Mars in the next 20 or 30 years. That must also be an important challenge.
That's harder to justify, but I think that's probably, in my mind, the most important reason that send people is that. But you can, the robot can do this and it's safer and all this stuff. But it also captures our imagination. There's something about people doing things. You mentioned Shackleton and how he's inspired you. That's when people do things, you can relate to it, and it enriches our life.
Also, we see something utterly extraordinary amongst explorers when something goes wrong, like the group of boys trapped in the caves in Thailand, where those cavers who I was sort of slightly knocking at earlier, what's the point? The shared expertise and knowledge of cavers around the world. I was in tears watching that documentary because they were just truly extraordinary, the way they went in and found a way to bring those boys out of the cave. And that's exploration, that's humans doing it, isn't it? There's no machine that's going to go in and do that. So I'm really digging it up with the cavers now. I've decided I love them and I want to go caving again. Okay,
there'll be offers here, I'm sure, if you want to go on. Brittany, in terms of the future, so Europa, as you said, this ice, moon, ocean world around Jupiter,
right? So building the thing, becoming weirdly emotionally attached to the technology, and then fielding it and sending it out in space.
How about looking tools to find fish?
Oh, certainly. Oh, we're still going to send one just in case, right? Then it's nice, because that picture comes back and we can all just go out for brunch and like have a really relaxing day afterwards, right?
Yes, I imagine that quite often one of the problems is actually getting the money to do these things and get finance. Are there any buzzwords or particular anecdotes that you find effective for going, excellent, finally I can go to another volcano?
When you say relation to origins of life, so you either get people excited and interested, intrigued, or you say, if you don't help us study this, you're going to die. So you can go for wonder and joy, or you can go for terror. Yes, exactly. And as we've all learned, terror sells. So that is, if we can tie it to a pressing threat, that tends to get science funded a lot more quickly. I wish we could all just do it for wonder and joy and light and butterflies and unicorns, but we have to do it because lava bombs could kill your town.
Yeah, that's a great threat. Thank you. Mike, what about having hats off to the battle to get finance and stuff? Did you feel that when you were working on that kind of like, oh man, if only we could do this experiment or this particular thing, but we're still restricted despite the enormity and the imagination involved?
Yeah, I mean, NASA's a government agency, so it's dealing with the taxpayers' dollars, right? And I always felt like NASA was given a good amount of money. It's an investment in the future. It does great things at NASA, but so do a lot of other things. You have to keep people fed and housed and all these other things. So you can't really do everything you want to do. It's a bit inefficient the way the government does business because the taxpayers' dollars spread around the country and so on. But one of the things that has gone well in the last few years is the burgeoning commercial companies now that are seeing some success. And what NASA has been about for a long time is also trying to offload the space program from just being a government-owned taxpayer dollar agency to fostering some commercial development. So things, companies like SpaceX, Boeing has also launched a Starliner to the space station a couple of weeks ago. So we're now starting to, I think, see the benefits of it. That's why I have hope moving forward that we're not going to be totally dependent on taxpayer money to do this.
Wonderful. Well, we always ask an audience question, and I think the audience answer should be the most informed we've had in 40 seasons of the show. So let's see, shall we?
What was the question we asked, and what was it, Brian?
The audience question was, what is the most peculiar thing you've found whilst out exploring? Paolo here says, myself.
On a multi-day hike, I felt so tired that it brought me to find that I am pregnant. That was from Ken.
So Carlos said a naked man in the middle of the Mojave Desert using magnets on rocks to prove it was a government conspiracy. Fair enough.
Wait a minute, that's my husband. I was there. The naked man was legit.
Right, well that's the main quote we're going to take out after all that. The naked man was legit.
I'm here all week, folks.
There's all sorts of things for conspiracies here. Dozens of pigeon wings, in brackets, just the wings, in an abandoned building. Just the wings.
As a nature reportist, one day on an expedition, I went to collect my equipment 5 kilometres away from the base. We went by walk. Suddenly, when we were back, we heard a roar. It was a female jaguar less than 50 metres distance from us. Amazing. It was a Colombian eastern plains. That's a good one. I like that. And Protoceratops in the Gobi.
Oh, yeah, that is all your answer. Thank you, Jack Hamilton, Jeff Phoenix, Mike Massimino, Rick Smith, and Annika Rice. In our next show, we are asking, what is gas? What is gas and
do we need it? I think the answer's going to be yes, but tune in to find out. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you.
In Jake Jarman in the men's floor event, bronze in the team dressage, and another for windsurfer Emmett Wilson. Team Team Race secured a bronze in the women's race and a gold in the men's race. BBC News.
50 years ago, in August 1974, President Richard Nixon announced on national television that he resigned from office. Michael Goldfarb looked at the ways that Nixon supported departure in the course of U.S. history, and wonders what American and the world might have been like managing to stay in office.
In America, not all turning points in history happen at gunpoint. Sometimes they happen in a sober televised address to the nation. August 8, 1974.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
Richard Milhous Nixon's dramatic thought presidency was as unlikely as his ascension. Controversial in his entry into public life in the 1940s as a mudslinging, red-baiting congressman, then senator in California, then as Dwight D. Eisenhower's vice president. He had begun the 1960s losing to John F. Kennedy in a post-presidential election, and then 2 years later, losing a run for governor of his home state, California. The day after the election, with a trace of bitterness, he seemed to resign from public life with a parting shot at the press.
In 16 years, you've had a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You've had an opportunity to attack me, and I think I've given it to my case. I leave you gentlemen now. And you will now write it, you can interpret it as your right. But as I leave you, I want you to know just think how much you're going to be missed. You don't have Nixon to stick around anymore.
And yet, a mere 6 years later, the down-and-out politician, Kennedy.
In Michigan, Trump won. In Ohio, Nixon holds a 1% lead. In California, Nixon won it, but barely. And Illinois. And that's it.
Nixon's the one. That's the natural banner for any sprightly front page tonight.
And so, at the second time of asking, in a close contest, closer than people remember, Richard M. Nixon became president of the United States riven by war, assassination, and riots. His first inaugural address acknowledged those divisions.
No man can be fully free while his neighbor is not. To go forward at all is to go forward together. This means black and white together as one nation, not two. The laws have caught up with our conscience.
He surprised many in his speech to stop the runaway train on the Watergate track. Inside the White House, black humor took over as one by one senior staff were summoned to testify before the Watergate Committee. In an interview for an oral history project at the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, California, David Bergen, then a young speechwriter for the president, remembered what happened the day Alexander Butterfield was set to testify.
So I went into my office, and about 10 o'clock, 10:30, the phone rang, and somebody said, Alex Butterfield is testifying this afternoon. Why don't you join us? We're going to have a get-together and watch it on television together in Ken Clausen's office. I said, fine. So I figured it. About 2:30, I wanted to go over there, and I walked in, and there was an open bar. And I said to people, why is there a bar in here? I thought we were just going to watch Alex Butterfield and get back to our offices. They said, we need to have a bar. We need to keep drinks up. I said, okay, that's fine. And we sat down to watch. And of course, it was in that testimony in the afternoon that he broke the news that there was a taping system in the White House at Richard Nixon's instructions. There had been a taping system put in. And what then happened was quite instructive, because there were a number of White House aides, most of it pretty young, wandering around in Ken Clausen's office. And all of us who had gone to these elite colleges, I'd gone to Yale, we were just elite, because we all always been trying to prove a negative. Watergate, he didn't do it. He didn't know, he wasn't involved in cover-up. Great, we're trying to have proof, because we'll have these tapes that'll show that he's innocent. And all the folks who come up from, the wrong side of the tracks, who come up, from blue-collar backgrounds, who come up with a little rougher side of life, most of them got drunk. They got drunk. And they said, it's over. Don't you understand, you idiot? It's over. They're going to have it. And I said, no. So I remember, go to the Harvard Yale type, we all went back to our office saying, great, we're going to get out of this. And the other guys went back and said, oh, God, they finally caught him.
But from that moment until the denouement, more than a year had passed. The world turned. Nixon's vice president, Spiro Agnew, resigned over bribery charges from his time as governor of Maryland. The Yom Kippur War led to an Arab oil embargo and massive inflation. But Watergate simply wouldn't go away. Nixon fired Watergate special prosecutor Archibald Cox, who was demanding he hand over all tape recordings. With his top team gone, Nixon was increasingly isolated. David Bergen.
One night I was taking a speech to a over in a residence, and when you normally went over to the usher's office and asked the usher if you'd take it up to him. If you were late on trying to get a speech until the next day, and the usher told me, listen, he's waiting for you, but he's actually over at the old executive office, but you'll find he's open forward, and he wants you to take it over to him. And I said, fine, I'm glad to, but I didn't know there was a bowling alley. There's sort of a labyrinthian building. And he said, yeah, there's a bowling alley over, and it's in the basement. You go here and you go there, and you'll see Secret Service if you look around long enough. Fun. So I went trotting over to the executive office building, and went through all these tunnels and dark places, and I finally found this bowling alley and opened up, and it was a long sand road, and there was Richard Nixon, and Gucci shoes, I think, suit, pants, a white shirt, tie, cufflinks, bowling alone. And he looked like the loneliest fellow.
The argument over the tapes would precipitate impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives Judiciary Committee. At the end of July 1974, articles of impeachment against Nixon were passed. The next step in this constitutional process would be a trial in the Senate. A delegation of 3 leading congressional Republicans, including Hugh Scott, minority leader in the Senate, a moderate, and Barry Goldwater, former Republican presidential candidate and hardline conservative, went to Nixon to tell him he did not have the votes in the Senate to avoid conviction
better to avoid that disgrace and resign.
He told me that it was probably one of the worst things he ever had to do with politics.
Barry Goldwater Jr.
Because he and Nixon went back many, many years. And when he ran for president, Nixon spent a lot of time campaigning for my father. Even though they didn't agree on a lot of things, and my father never forgot and told Nixon that I owe you one.
But then Barry Goldwater Sr. listened to the tapes.
That tarnish on the White House was not something that he felt good about.
The younger Goldwater had followed his father into politics and was a member of the House of Representatives during the Watergate saga, and he remembers the mounting pressure all congressional Republicans faced following the release of the tapes.
It wasn't a lot of fun because it was kind of boring. You had to listen to the tapes.
In a period in our entire would be on the great issue of peace for prosperity without replacement. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective that same day.
That was dramatic, but the next day provided words and images that those alive then still remember. Addressing White House staff, this guarded, self-made man broke his carefully constructed facade of the tough, no-nonsense political realist.
Remember my old man. I think they would have called him sort of a little man, common man. He didn't consider himself that way. You know what he was? He was a streetcar motorman first. And then he was a farmer. And then he had a lemon ranch, Forest Lemon Ranch in California, I can assure you. He sold it before they found oil in it. And then he was a grocer. And he was a great man. Because he did his job. And every job counts, up to the hilt, regardless of what happened. Nobody will ever write a book, probably, about my mother. Well, I guess all of you would say this about your mother. My mother was the same.
In his conclusion, he seemed to be giving himself a pep talk.
The greatness comes not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes and you're really tested. When you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is.
Goes like this, and all of a sudden he starts doing this double peace sign. It looks like a political rally, but it was one of the darkest moments in American presidential history outside of assassination.
And then he would go on to become new President Gerald R. Ford's official White House photographer. And in that role, he learned firsthand that Nixon might be gone, but his shadow was a long one.
My fellow Americans, our long national nightmare is over. Our Constitution works. Our great republic is a government of laws and not of men.
To help bind up the divisions in America, Ford pardoned Nixon in advance, writing Watergate crimes he might be charged with.
Before he pardoned Richard Nixon,
That he was fighting fire with fire.
Barry Goldwater Jr. more or less agrees.
He was an insecure man, insecure. And he was in a position of power. And that power would allow him to do almost anything he wanted to do.
Why is a question for Republicans who weren't born when Watergate happened. Casey Pipes, author of After the Fall, a biography of Nixon's post-resignation life.
Nixon being Nixon, thinking politics is a team sport, fight for your side, very much was involved in the cover-up. That's what brought it down.
Historian Tim Naftali, who has spent hundreds of hours interviewing former Nixon staffers and listening to White House recordings, says the why answer
comes in three parts.
Shame. He had a sense of shame. And when presidents don't have a sense of shame, they don't mind revealing to the public what they're really thinking.
You're thinking of Trump?
Yes. But Nixon had a sense of shame. The others, he had a sense of envy. And Richard Nixon was, I think, dwarfed by the Kennedy phenomenon. And the third element of the story is true of all presidents, which is that they inhabit a bubble. It's very difficult to give a president bad news.
Or perhaps the answer to why came from Nixon himself in his famous interview with David Frost.
The president can decide that it's in the best interest of the nation or something, and do something illegal.
Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
The Frost interview took place in 1977, not quite 3 years after his resignation. But Nixon's return to public life properly began early the following year, after the death of an old opponent for the presidency, according to Casey Price, author of After the Fall.
Hubert Humphrey's funeral. Humphrey knew he was dying, and Humphrey really says a lot about Humphrey. He wanted Nixon to come, and he wanted people to see Nixon at his funeral as a way of sort of making peace and people being okay with Nixon again. Like, the Humphrey family is okay with Nixon, you can't be too. And so they talked on the phone a few days before Humphrey died, and Nixon promised to come, and he did.
The major event of the rehabilitation tour occurred at the whole place, the Oxford Union. There was applause in the venerable chamber when he was introduced by the future conservative peer, Lord Morgan, from the streets filled with protesters. He gave a brief talk and then took questions for an hour. Listening today, it's like a press conference from the past.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about the role of Southeast Asia to the communists?
A great nation is certainly pretty able, usually, to fight a big war where everybody participates. But it is terribly difficult for a great nation to fight a small war. The British found that out in the Boer War. We found that out in Vietnam. Let me say another thing from a political standpoint, because I know a few of the perhaps going into politics, we're thinking about it anyway. But my point is that from a political standpoint, I do not believe that the man whom I defeated for the presidency, for whom I had great personal affection and political respect, former Vice President Humphrey, could have brought the country along in the China initiative. Not because he was pro-communist, it's not. But because he did not have the confidence of the enemy. The fact that I was known as an enemy, and I still am, I am pro-Chinese, and I am pro-Russian. I like the Russian people, I like the Chinese people, I like the Romanian people, I just don't like communists.
Does the honourable gentleman not agree that, of all qualities essential to government, honour is the most important?
Well, I think the sense of the question, and I couldn't quite hear it all, the question was that considering all the factors that we have mentioned, the factors and so forth, isn't honor the most important element, I guess, in government or in a man or what have you? Yeah, I would say yes. I would say yes. And as a matter of
Do you feel that you still might have a
did, in view of the mistakes that I made on the political front, which I agree that I made, as I would put it in the words of Talleyrand, I know that he isn't very popular in England, but he said some clever things. He said, when people ask what was Watergate, I said it was worse than a crime. It was a blunder, and a very bad blunder, and badly handled, and I understand that. And in view of all that, do I still think, and am I so presumptuous to think that I have any contribution to make? Well, I sometimes wonder about it. Let me philosophize a bit for some of you here about life in general. And I'm not putting up, because that is more useful than all this stuff about missiles and throwaways and the rest. Anybody who gets to the high office, the presidency, tries to do the best. Minors are, I've already pointed out that all wars are difficult to present. War particularly difficult for me. It's hard for you to believe this, I suppose, because I'm supposed to be a hard-line warmonger, bomber, etc. But if I share every president apart and have the right to go next to him, I have to be a traitor, or I don't know that out. I don't wear it in my sleeve. I don't believe that. On the other hand, well, I think some of my good Quaker friends are a bit naive at times, because in the real world, we sometimes have to fight for what we believe. Yet that's the ideal that I believe in.
And he carried on his answer to tell a not particularly relevant but very revealing anecdote.
You hear these people outside, and it's not pleasant. I'm used to it. I've had to develop a little stronger voice as a result. I'm used to it. But I never forget, there's many moments that stick in your mind. This is sort of inconsequential. I went down to Williamsburg, Colonial Williamsburg. I think it was in 1971. To make a speech to a World Law Conference on World Peace and Action. And a very, very tough girl. I would guess she was 16 or 17. Sort of reminded me of my daughter when she was that age, my older daughter, who's blue-eyed. This girl is blue-eyed. And as I was walking in, she came right up against me, walking up to me, broke through the Secret Service line, and just spit right in my face. She said, "You murderer." Well, I borrowed a handkerchief from the Secret Service guy, wiped it off. I went in. It's about as hard a speech as I ever made. Because you don't want anybody. I don't mind, adults saying, "I don't agree with you." I don't mind getting a few rocks thrown at me. I've had that. May the day of judging President Nixon on anything less than his entire life continue to come to a close. There was so much more. I was very pleased with you. I thought it was a generous, compassionate, healing perspective, and I thought it was the right perspective. When you're president, as I learned from Nixon and others, you're president of all the people. You're not president of your party. It's a large, contentious, dynamic, and often squabbling country. But it was important to him to let him be in peace.
By the time of Nixon's death, the memory of Watergate was already fading, recalls photographer David Hugh Cameron, who was on assignment at the funeral.
So during the funeral, Nixon's funeral service, which was outside of his library, I saw these two guys and photographed them, and this young photographer next to me says, "Who are those guys?" And I said, "That's Gordon Liddy and Spiro Agnew." And he said, "Who are they?"
Nixon's rehabilitation changed all the Watergate and the president's resignation. It's
subject of anger for the next generation, led by a former history professor at Cambridge. In 1978, Gingrich gave a speech to a group of young Republicans. His words, spoken by a actor, were not popular.
The great strength of the Democratic Party in my lifetime has been that it has always produced young, nasty people who have no respect for their elders. And I think that one of the great problems we have with the Republican Party is that we don't encourage you to be nasty. We encourage you to be neat, obedient, and loyal and faithful, and all those Boy Scout words which would be great around the campfire, but are lousy in politics. Do you like the state of the Republican Party? Do you think you ought to respect Richard Nixon or Gerald Ford, the only incumbent president since Herbert Hoover to lose an election? They have done a terrible job, a pathetic job. In my lifetime, we have not had a competent national Republican leader. Not ever.
Nixon's ideas on foreign policy were suddenly out of step with the new Republican Party of Ronald Reagan. His team rejected the idea of détente, making nice communists. We don't do that, was the attitude. We confront them. It would take until a decade after his death for Nixon's memory to be fully rehabilitated by his fellow Republicans. Nixon biographer and former staffer in the Bush White House, Casey writes.
When the then new governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger, spoke at the RNC convention in 2004, and I think that's the first time Nixon has been mentioned at a Republican convention.
When I heard Nixon speak, he was talking about free enterprise, getting the government off your back, lowering the taxes and strengthening the military. Listening to Nixon speak sounded more like a breath of fresh air. I said to my friend, I said, what party is he? My friend said he's a Republican. I said, then I am a Republican.
And with rehabilitation came revision, a desire, particularly by Nixon's family, to control the posthumous telling of his story at the Nixon Library and Museum, erected next to his boyhood home in Yorba Linda, California. But there was a problem: what to do with his papers and the tapes.
Richard Nixon's papers and the infamous tapes are owned by the American people and are the responsibility of the National Archives. And if they were to be moved to Yorba Linda, understandably, the site would become largely a federal site.
Historian Timothy Naphtali, who ran the Nixon Library from 2007 to 2011 and oversaw the transfer of Nixon's papers and tapes from the National Archives in Washington, D.C. to Yorba Linda.
The reason why Nixon still has much more before getting to the United States, he will also always be praised for the role he played in it, the very signing the landmark environmental law of his era and creating the first agency focusing on the environment in the U.S. government. There's a complex legacy there. And then there's Watergate. And if you don't tell the truth about Watergate, you're really undermining your credibility when you talk about the positive elements of his presidency. So that was the argument that
A new exhibit, a Portugal portrait of Richard Nixon for historical accuracy, took years to negotiate. So many details. One example.
Especially how Nixon wanted a list of every Jewish person in the U.S. government in a position of importance in the U.S. government. He sought to fire every Jewish American who worked in one particular branch of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That official unemployment statistics were being manipulated by his enemies. And I thought that was a significant story to tell because, first of all, presidents shouldn't do that. And I thought it was a very healthy development if Americans came to a federal facility that was honest about the potential for presidential abuse. And there was no doubt that Nixon had done it because he does it on tape.
The arguments became national news.
Naftali knew it would ultimately cost him his job.
I understood that once I didn't exhibit, I would have to move on because it was like I was going to remove the bad. It just was, someone had to do it.
Since Donald Trump burst onto the political scene, Nixon traditionalism has been ramped up by Republicans. Early Trump founder Gingrich has changed his tune on Richard Nixon, as this week from the Nixon Foundation's Grand Strategy Summit in 2022, marking the 50th anniversary of the China opening, demonstrates.
Frankly, had Watergate not occurred, we would have in essence won the war in Vietnam. We would not have had the domino effect you described, and we would have been a much safer and a much healthier world. So when you think about big things, this is someone who was capable of thinking on the scale of, can I bring China into the game to balance off Russia? Now, at the time, that was just a remarkable decision, one which was potentially very controversial. If you're going to be a great strategic leader, a lot of your biggest decisions are going to be secret.
And then there's the play, Trial on the Potomac, which ran off-Broadway in 2021.
I will resign.
I'm Diane Sawyer for CBS News, reporting live from Washington, D.C. In a surprising move, President Nixon has announced he will not resign.
The play is a counterfactual exercise in which Nixon doesn't resign and goes to the Senate to defend himself.
This has got more guts than I can wait for. I would have preferred to have seen him twist slowly in the wind. But if he wants to fight this government, we'll teach the bastards.
Senate impeachment trial of President Richard M. Nixon will come to order.
Nixon was played by 85-year-old comedian Rich Little, who became a national celebrity 50 years ago for his impressions of the president.
Your Honor, I call for an immediate vote on Richard Nixon killed.
Objection, we're nowhere near done.
Your Honor, we call President Richard M. Nixon to the stand.
Small groups, mostly pensioners, wander through the exhibits. The grounds contain his boyhood home, prefabricated house his father put together with his own hands, the helicopter that carried him away from the White House, audio-visual displays of the history of his presidency.
Let us all understand that the question before us is not whether some Americans are for peace and some Americans are against peace. The great question is, how can we win America's peace?
I lived through all of this. I've made radio programs and written about these times, and now 50 years later, can see how America has changed. You will have noticed that there have been no women's voices in this program. The Nixon White House was closed, his inner circle exclusively male, and our generation of women historians have arisen but steered clear of writing about the place. That's just one enormous change in the society. Yet you can hear the echo of Watergate in a twisted, violent American press
Thank you, Reverend. And if you put me back in the White House, their reign is over. Their reign will be over. And they know it. And America will be a free nation once again. We're not a free nation right now. We don't have free press. We don't have free anything. In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
How did America get from a time when Republican legislators would tell a Republican president that for the good of the country he must resign, when political leaders forgot partisanship to show respect at opponents' funerals, to where it is today? Photographer David Hume Cannerley also wonders why. He showed me a picture that encapsulates what has been lost in this era.
When 5 presidents at the Reagan Library dedication, President George Bush was the vice president to Reagan, who's standing next to him. Reagan beat Carter, who's standing next to him. Carter beat Ford.
and then Ford replaced Nixon. So here they are, like a Mount Rushmore moment. And this is the kind of political scene I grew up with until
but for too many others, what happened to Nixon was just the first battle in a continuing war without bullets and bombs for control of America. Instead of warfare, they called it warfare. Music royalist Jeff Shepard.
The idea of warfare, that was using across the world is Russia, making warfare, but doing it through force. That is not going to be on the deck. Put it to work. That's what Trump says is happening. There's coordination, they're out together, they can't beat me at the Bauer Doctrine, and believe me, get any foot off the ballot. That's what they did to Nixon. We didn't have the time.
Although they have nothing in common, there is a link from Nixon to Donald Trump.
Donald Trump has recent history, but he has allies.
Historian Timothy Mulcahy.
Trump has people who went to school on what Nixon did wrong in Watergate and didn't exact up.
For one thing, Trump was able to pack the Supreme Court with justices who agreed with what Nixon told David Cross.
Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
Donald Trump's lawyers have asked for the conviction in his hush money criminal case to be overturned and the sentencing this month delayed. It's after the US Supreme Court ruled that former presidents can't be prosecuted for official acts that they undertook. The former president was convicted in May of falsifying business records.
The court recently ruled a president is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. 50 years ago, that's what Nixon claimed for himself, and the Supreme Court disagreed and ordered him to release all the tapes, including the one that would incriminate him. Today, those who forget the past are condemned. But no one has forgotten Nixon and Watergate, even though most Americans were informed of it. Perhaps it's more accurate to say those who can't agree on the past are condemned to that.
Nixon, the resigning matter, was presented by Michael Goldfarb on Able 87 High Production for Radio 4. After the news, Michael Burke has now debate is anything sacred on the party of Da Vinci's Last Supper at the opening of the Olympics.
Could you swap your smartphone for an old-style brick phone for 7 days? Ali's actually trying to make a call here.
This is 1995.
I'm Rachel Byrne, and in a new programme for Radio 4, that's exactly what we asked a group of intrepid adults to do.
I tell you what, I most noticed that when I was sat watching TV with you, the thing that this has really highlighted, I think, to me, is how many different parts of my life my phone has kind of crept into.
Living without our smartphones, the adult turn, on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Tomorrow lunchtime at 1:30. BBC News at 9 o'clock. The Home Secretary-elect Cooper has warned that disorder will be punished following unrest in several cities across England and Northern Ireland. Tensions have been high after the killing of 3 young girls last Monday in Southport. As Cooper said, the government had given the police its full backing in taking action against those engaging in thuggery. Our reporter in Liverpool, Phil McCann, said he watched officers working to keep different groups of protesters apart.
They were quite effective to form a line across a very wide road and push the protesters down the street, even though there were large numbers of them. The protesters thought that the police being aggressive towards them, that's what they were shouting at the time. It seemed that things were calming down, and then police would push towards them, and then it would all flare up again. But they were able effectively to keep the two sides apart, and also, it seems, at least from what we've seen, they were able to effectively prevent any major damage from taking place here, except for the construction site, which has been literally sort of fixed.
The US Embassy in Beirut has urged its citizens to leave Lebanon on any available ticket because of fears of escalating violence. Iran and its allies have promised retaliation after the assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and Israel's killing of a Hezbollah commander in Beirut. The UK government has also told British nationals in Lebanon it was a
Yes, I think it was gratuitous offensive. I don't think that it was necessarily making a drag on. There were so many others going on.
I mean, so if we both take it as read that it was a restaging of Da Vinci's Last Supper in particular, you know, a lot of his work was considered sacrilegious at the time. I mean, Giorgio Vasari, who wrote The Lives of the Painters, which is the first ever example of art history, said Leonardo thought in his modern conception so heretical as not to approach any religion whatsoever. What do you think about the idea that drag queens performing in a way that is sacrilegious is actually an entirely appropriate homage to Da Vinci in particular?
No, because everything's designed to shock. I don't think that we can give ourselves the notion that this was an attempt, as it happened on religious art, this was an attempt to shock the them to these stories of drag queens in days of Christ and the Apostles. And I thought that was gratuitous. I can't think of any element of Leonardo's work which in any way contributes to that. I mean, his work for as in this fresco, was designed for the illustration of devotion and for the context of divine worship. It wasn't intended as subversion.
But I suppose the point I'm making is that you might not think of Da Vinci's work as seeking to offend, but his contemporaries and those who immediately followed him did. Is there not a point here about what the idea of what sacrilegious and offensive moves with the times? So maybe in decades to come, people won't think of drag queens standing with the apostles as being sacrilegious.
Well, I can't myself think of any work of Leonardo that I've seen which constitutes sacrilege or indeed constitutes profanity. I mean, obviously there are some Renaissance artists who are controversial in various respects. I mean, obviously the naked last one was painted over, and the den was a bit more painted over after. But I don't think that I can recall anything that approximates to this.
I mean, who gets the final say over the use of religious imagery when it's conveyed through these very earthly acts of sculpture and painting? So in one person's mind, restaging The Last Supper is a reference to a religious moment, but in someone else's mind, it's actually a sort of take on Renaissance art. Who owns it?
Well, the artist commissioned by Churchill Renaissance and then its entrance into the common ownership of mankind. But having said that, subject matter itself dictates how we respond to it, and the subject matter here is the institution of equals.
Would it have been sacrilegious had it been a drag queen posing as the birth of Venus, or is it just that it's Christianity that's the problem?
Yes, it's Christianity, that's to say, it's that the Last Supper is certain of the veneration. There aren't any devotions to Venus, at least not officially at the moment, and so I think that it comes into a very different category.
John? Melanie, I wonder if you can sort of enter into some of the puzzlement that I have about this. Would you share with me a sense
On a gibbet. So I think that we have indeed God entering into humanity in its most repellent or at least unelevated way. But in terms of man's act of worship, then I think that those with the elevating the mind and heart of God.
But if the central act in Christian theology is to break the barriers between the sacred and the faith, my celebrating a mass in a pub should be absolutely appropriate.
I don't agree. I think that we have a specific concept for basic mind worship. We have a specific concept at home, and I very much respect those of us.
You're more interested in the building than the theology.
No, I'm not, because I think that the building is actually dedicated by activeness and form of mind worship.
Yeah, but last time I looked, the Catholic Church believed in the incarnation. So let's just have a look at it.
Certainly, as I say, God did enter into fallen humanity, and he did enter it most unappealing and unelevated way. But the fact remains that when he went into the temple, he overthrew the wine makers and their stores because it became God's house. I think what's broken to the church is actually to diminish the respect that was due to God. When it comes that way, Thursday, there are opportunities to be adjusted when the efforts in the temple by Babylonians and the Lord, and because of the greater view of the life of the Lord, that like let's say the 18 virgins and almost the Lord happens. So I think it's possible that the faith that things and that it's not darkness things in a way, but organized by it, because we're rationally animals, and it's fundamental to human beings what we're going to worship God, and we do it as best we can by setting apart places and things for divine worship, and among those are religious artifacts and also churches.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. Our next up is Andrew Thompson, Chief Executive of Humanist UK. No God for you then, Andrew. Nonetheless, other things, other ideas, places, works of art, perhaps, that you hold sacred in the sense that you'd be upset or angry if they were ridiculed or if they were destroyed.
There are things and ideas and people and places that I think do have profound meaning and significance for me, just as well as places and things for other people. But I wouldn't describe them as sacred because they have to be beyond criticism, and I wouldn't want to rob them of necessary context and contestability and disagreement, which I think is very important.
So if you were to, you've nailed your colours to the mast as a humanist, of course, but if you were to go into a religious building, into a church and the idea of sacred is often, I suppose we heard it from our first witness, Mary McDonough, that she did say she could, of course, but she meant that she felt offended by it, and therefore something was offensive to her. I mean, she's a very level-headed person, it was particularly say she's offended by everything, but do you think it's good to have a sense that if you contravene something other people think is sacred, then they have a right to feel I think they have a right to feel offended, certainly, but they don't have a right not to be offended. And I think that it depends again so heavily on context, like Chrissy Wright in the church, that offended lots of Christians, but also makes it for political statement. I think that the problem with trying to legislate against offence, even if there's only sort of a social sanction against it, is that it is highly subjective. One person who takes offence, one person might take offence, another person might be very stimulated and have a different reaction that is positive. But just what comes back to Pussy Riot, because I thought it was interesting you said, but I'm not sure it kind of stacks up, because really Pussy Riot's enemy here is Putin. It's the Kremlin state, it's not the church. So would you be saying that another group of people who didn't have that same justification as most would agree with a better justification than just any other group of protesters who decided, because it's a great factor, because I'll get lots of attention, because it's provocative, I'll go and do this in a church? Do you not seem to
No, I think their principles against the church's facilitation and support of authoritarianism and its moralism, which they thought was undermining the rights of people and others. So I think that you illustrate how different people have different perceptions of the same thing, which is exactly what we can't have been war against offence.
You know we're talking about war against it. Are you saying it's right to feel offended? Or in that sense, then there clearly is something wrong, right? If you offend gratuitously against something that people hold to be sacred, would you not say that would be prohibited?
No, because I think, for example, men were very offended in the past that women might have rights and the patriarchy might be wrong. They might have, they felt offended, but actually they were wrong to feel offended, and their offence had to be weighed to other laws and principles which were better.
But if you intentionally go out to offend, and the reason is strong in your own mind, and it's to do with the sacred, you don't see any difference between that. I mean, a good example is today, and change, temper, and all of that. But at the same time, I would say there is something about the way that the fundamental respect for other people's idea of the sacred or not your belief.
I think if you're doing it just to upset or to terrorise or to insult people, that would be, to me, morally unacceptable, indeed, for other purposes, justify the context. We can take religion out of it. Do you think that what people define as sacred is a purely subjective factor?
I think it is, which is not to say that it might not be the case that something being regarded as sacred might be regarded so by a very large number of people, perhaps an extremely large number of people, but I think there will always be other people who don't regard that as sacred, and I think that that really makes it impossible to say it was, as it were, completely objective.
Right. Throws all of that has a deeply important spiritual sort of like, and he's right about Swift, and he's right about the way in which religion is actually a part of that deconstructing these idols that we make. I'm changing my view, of course, of this stuff. I'm actually becoming almost the opposite of it. I don't think God needs protection from this. I think we, and you said, you see these images, and I feel the sense, and obviously I'm very hurt. God doesn't need protection from fame. I think our sensitivity is different, and your sensitivity is different, and I think that's a very different business.
Tim Dr. Young felt, contrast with a couple of those, the sacred panels.
And some people would say, for instance, and Ashley brought up the tree that was cut down, right? But that's kind of it, isn't it? The trees and nature are finite. That which is sacred speaks to that which belongs to God, and therefore is infinite, therefore it can. This is why it's operating on a whole other category. And I do just want to add that I didn't say, Giles, that we get on very well after. So after this we'll go I love the spread outside, and we'll have a lovely time. But I did not say that that God needed to be protected. Christians do not fly things into buildings in protest at iconoclasm anymore. They used to, but they don't do that anymore.
Last week, did this idea of sacred and something that something like that, it's a very, very sacred concept.
I worry about elevating identity to the status of something that can never, ever be questioned, because we're not always the best authorities on what our identities are. And so that's not something that sits entirely right with me. I think for me when it comes down to, sacred without the divine, I'm going to say something incredibly crude. If you're at the top of Mount Everest, and you pulled down your trousers and you did a movement, right? Even if no one was around to see it, you would go, you have desecrated something here. You really, really have. Even if no one's around to see it, even if you don't believe that God resides in the mountain, or the mountain is itself divine, which some people in the region do, you'd say something here has been desecrated. It's not just offensive, it's not just hatred. Very
But what would police your actions in your conscience? Not the religious authority saying, you can't say that. There's something built within inside us that instinctively tells us we shouldn't have done that. And that's where concepts of shame and taboo are useful, because we need to self-police.
Okay, that's it. Our panel, Fraser, Sarker, Jim Stanley, and Delbert, and Polly, until the same time next week. Goodbye.
All Maze was chaired by Michael Barker and produced by Dan Tierney. The news at 10 was Tina Ritchie is next, and then at 15:15 in the food programme, Jacob Wise and Robbie Armstrong explore the exponential growth of celebrity-backed drinks brands. She hears from Blur's Alex James about his English sparkling wine, and chats with Emma Watson's brother Alex about the premium gin he's launched with his sister. And filling up his cup was more than a splash of cynicism and Goldfarb as Jay gets through the winners and losers in his list of the best and worst celebrity spirits on the market. But ahead of all that, a quick look at the weather forecast for the next 24, 48 hours and beyond. Tonight, in most areas will be dry with clear periods at first, but clouds will spread in from the west later. In the early hours of Northern Ireland and western Scotland, we'll see patchy rain with Wales and the northern plains, some drizzle towards dawn. Tomorrow, much of the UK will be cloudy, but the far south and the southeast should see some sunshine developing. Northern Ireland and western Scotland will see rain turning heavy and persistent against wind and gusty winds. Looking ahead to next week, on Monday, north and west will continue to see cloud and rain. The south and east will be dry, and the southeast will see some warm sunshine. And on Tuesday, England and Wales will see locally heavy rain, meaning dry elsewhere in the southeast. This is BBC 92.9 FM on BBC Sounds.
disorder has swept through towns and cities around England and Northern Ireland as tensions remain high after the fatal stabbing of 3 girls. The Home Secretary has branded it thuggery and said those involved will pay the price. The UK is sending military personnel to the Middle East to help British nationals as fears grow that the conflict in the region will escalate. And the Caribbean island of St. Lucia has won its first ever Olympic medal with gold in the women's 100 metres. Police officers have been injured and arrests have been made after clashes involving rival protesters during demonstrations in towns and cities across the country. Tensions have been running high since the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport in Merseyside last Monday. In some places there were scuffles and protests organised by far-right groups and standoffs with anti-fascist demonstrators. Our correspondent Dan Johnson reports from Liverpool, where there was serious disorder.
A few hundred anti-fascist demonstrators gathered at lunchtime calling for unity and tolerance. They then marched to Liverpool's waterfront to face around 1,000 anti-immigrant protesters. At times, the police struggled to keep them apart. Bottles, smoke canisters, tins of paint were thrown by the anti-immigrant side. There's been at least 1 arrest. The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrators. They're trying to create a bit of space between the 2 sides. More police officers were brought in wearing riot gear. Some with batons drawn, some with dogs. Police horses waiting on the sidelines. The helicopter was circling above. The main clashes seem to have passed here now, but Merseyside Police has described this as serious disorder and says a number of officers have been injured.
There were scuffles in the centre of Nottingham and bricks were thrown at police and state-on-trend. In Belfast, fireworks and missiles were thrown during a standoff between anti-immigration protesters and anti-racist demonstrators. In Hull, several shops were looted and set on fire. From there, Leanne Brown reports.
The streets are covered in glass after 8 hours of protests which turned into riots. We saw hundreds of people start out in the city centre, but then breakout groups moved to various areas of the city. A hotel housing asylum seekers became a target, with bottles being thrown and chants of "Get them out." The violence then escalated. We saw fireworks and bricks being thrown and several cars were set on fire. Then the looting started, shop windows being smashed in and objects being dragged out and set on fire. Arrests were made across the day and at least 3 police officers have been injured. And tonight a continued police presence outside the mosque and across the city centre as sporadic antisocial behaviour continues.
The Home Secretary said the government had given the police its full backing in taking action against those engaging in what he described as thuggery. Here's our political correspondent, Hannah Miller.
The view in government is that swift action is the best way of preventing violence from spreading further. Extra prosecutors have been put on standby in anticipation of increased demand for charging decisions this weekend, and a meeting of senior ministers took place this afternoon. The Home Secretary, Rebecca Sanders, says the courts stand ready to deal with perpetrators.
There have already been arrests and charges, but we know that will continue and the police have our full backing. I want everyone to be clear. Anyone who gets involved in criminal disorder, violent thuggery on our streets will have to pay the price, and they should expect there to be arrests, prosecutions, penalties, and full force of the law, including imprisonment, travel bans, and more.
A Downing Street spokesperson says the government is working with local authorities to make sure those who've been targeted by the violence have the support they need. The language from ministers is tough, but the work to dispel the disorder continues.
The disorder has prompted a debate about whether the anti-Islam English Defence League should be a designated prescribed terrorist group. EDL, which was founded in 2009, has not been operating formally for more than 10 years. Some of its supporters remain active. Political correspondent Shelley Phelps reports.
MPs from across the political spectrum have condemned the far-right for its role in organising violent disorder in England over the past week. The Labour MP for Sunderland Central, Lewis Atkinson, said following the fatal stabbings in Southport, there had been calls for protests in social media groups, which were then picked up and spread by far-right figures such as the founder of the English Defence League, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, who calls himself Tommy Robinson. Mr. Atkinson was asked whether he saw a connection between the EDL and the violence in his constituency last night.
One of the flags on the street for the reference to the Northeast Infidels, which is a Nazi EDL offshoot from the Northeast chapter of what was the EDL.
Mr. Atkinson added that while the EDL no longer existed formally, those individuals who were involved with it had not gone away, and continued surveillance was needed. The government's independent advisor on political violence and disruption, Lord Windy, said that the Home Secretary should look urgently at prescribing the EDL. He acknowledged there were questions as to how effective a ban could be.
Well, I think prescription has its place, and there's a particular issue of whether it would be effective or not to ban the EDL, given that they formally have been disbanded, but clearly are still apparent in some organisational ways. So yes, I think we should look at that urgently, but it's only ever going to be part of the picture.
The former Conservative Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick said that if the EDL was found to meet the high mark threshold for prescription, that should be considered. His fellow Conservative leadership hopeful Dame Priti Patel said Parliament should be reformed.
BBC Children in Need says it's removed from its website a campaign video from 2018 that featured the teenager accused of carrying out the fatal stabbings in Southport. The Daily Mail has reported that Axel Rudolph, who's 17, appeared in the fundraising adverts when he was 11. The government says it's sending military and consular staff to support British embassies in the Middle East. He calls for UK citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. A fresh warning comes amid fears of a deepening conflict between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Here's our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Moore.
The warnings from the government to British nationals in Lebanon are getting ever louder and more urgent amid rising fears of the conflict in the region escalating. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy said the situation could deteriorate rapidly, and his message was clear: leave now. Mr. Lammy, who is in Beirut this week, said a widening of the conflict was in nobody's interests, that the consequences could be catastrophic. As well as military personnel, extra consular staff and border force officials have been sent to the region to help with any future evacuation, though people are being urged to take commercial flights out while they can. 2 British military ships are already in the region, and the RAF has put transport helicopters on standby. The government says it's still calling for a diplomatic solution for de-escalation, but there's no sign of any easing of tensions. Hezbollah has vowed to retaliate for Israel's killing of its military commander, Fuad Shukr, in Beirut last Wednesday, with frantic contingency plans for the anticipated Israeli response. And Iran has repeatedly said it will avenge the assassination in Tehran of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. The country's powerful revolutionary guards said the retaliation will take place at an appropriate time and place in Syria.
There's been international condemnation of an attack by Islamist militants in Somalia, which killed at least 37 people and injured more than 200 others. The assault on a beach in the capital Mogadishu was carried out by the group Al-Shabaab. It's been fighting the government for 17 years. Our Africa regional editor, Will Ross, reports.
The Al-Qaeda-linked group attacked a beach when it was full of young Somalis out enjoying themselves. First came a suicide bomber, and then several gunmen opened fire. Video footage showed people trying to flee to safety in the dark. There were lifeless bodies on the beach. People in the capital, Mogadishu, say the city had been getting safer. Increased surveillance, thanks to new CCTV cameras, has stopped the car bombs. The army, with help from US airstrikes, has recently recaptured swathes of the country from the jihadist group. Funded by the European Union and America, thousands of international troops have been in Somalia assisting in the fight against Al-Shabaab, but they're due to be pulling out over the next few months. This latest deadly attack suggests Somalia's military still needs a lot of support.
Relatives of some of those who died in the September the 11th attacks in 2001 have welcomed a decision by the US government to revoke a plea deal. There were reports that the deal would have meant the men accused of plotting the attacks avoided the death penalty. From Washington, here's our correspondent Jenny Kumar.
There was a huge backlash from the families when details of the deal emerged. They said they wanted their day in court and that the accused should face the harshest penalty.